Nope, I see it.
Okay, cool. Alright, so this is it. The grand finale. I felt like having no music at the start and a heartfelt message of my appreciation, it just kind of felt right. Since I did not expect this to even happen at all, let alone get to the end.
That's understandable.
Words can't describe how I feel right now as the mod creator, but I'll try. On one hand, it's a great feeling of accomplishment getting this mod series to completion. Most people would probably give up when things get difficult or annoying. As the saying goes, if it's easy, everyone does it. Meaning, if it's hard, few people will do it. Correct?
I understand that entirely. Yep, that makes sense.
And something I notice a lot with other people's series is that a lot of them wind up unfinished because they don't wind up, like, life gets in the way or they just don't have the drive to do it anymore. I didn't want my series falling under that problem, so... And I think I've said that before, actually, so moving on. The fact that I can say I didn't do that, the feeling of seeing something through to the end, it feels great, but that itself isn't a description that cuts it. On the other hand, it's over. The mod is released. Aside from maybe some bug fixes, this is the end. I can't take this series any further. I like making these levels, seeing people enjoy what I crafted, but now I gotta move on, I guess. I always enjoy whenever I know something I did makes someone else happy. Even if it winds up not being how I want it to be, or not being quite how I'd hoped, if someone enjoys it, that makes me feel better about myself. Does that make sense?
No, that makes perfect sense.
Like, even if it kind of annoys me a bit when people turn the voice acting off, which a couple of people have done that, and it does feel kind of like a slap to the face and a kick to the nuts, but even still, at least they enjoyed it, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, I get that entirely.
Thanks for sticking to the end. At this point, I'm assuming you played all of the prior trials. If you haven't, stop playing this level and go through the others. This won't make sense otherwise. It absolutely will not make sense. Not only because we're at the end of the main plot, but this also forces the crossover plot into the mix. I hope to God you people played Trial another episode to know what in the heck is going on, because otherwise this is not going to make any... Otherwise the B-plot's not going to make any sense. I suppose I can't stop you from going out of order, though, but you ruin it for yourself if you do. Let's recap each trial in case it's been a while. I did this because I figured that some of the people playing probably wound up going through the trials in, like, whenever they came out, but those release dates were, like, months apart, so people have a habit of forgetting what the heck is going on. Trial 1, Timmy trips on the Mafia boss's bottle, shattering it, 14 remain. Trial 2, Ka pecks the bad seller to death, 12 remain. Trial 3, Hatty gets framed for murder, but was in on it as part of an agreement with the Minion. The goofy Mafia and terrorist broke the rules, giving Snatcher this opportunity, 9 remain. The B-plot gets introduced. Timmy has been saving the world shortly after his execution alongside Thor, the Inventor. Mafia Town was relatively fixed shortly after Timmy got there. The ocean was dealt with during Trial 2, and the Alps Desert during Trial 3. Characters get rewritten via timeline collision if they die and their respective area isn't cleared yet. This can result in an alternate version of them running around. Trial 4, Cooking Cat dies from plant monsters and the Minion finally snapped. Nobody was guilty. As a result, the Minion and Nomad become accomplices to ending the game. 8 remain. B-plot, the Metro gets cleared. More characters join up to fix everything. Trial 5. The Owl and Penguin get killed because Snatcher used Death Wish contracts to control the directors. Blackened varies on your choice of Deadbird winner. The award winner and boss of Chapter 2 becomes the Blackened. 5 remain. B-plot. The group investigates a murder on the Science Express, then Vanessa shows up and is scary. To fix this, they must find Tim, CEO of Time, or Hatadult. Trial, another episode. Hatadult is unearthed because I like crossovers too much and there'd be no plot if she just instantly fixed everything. That about covers them. So
I love the reasoning. There'd be no plot if they just came and fixed everything.
Yeah, we kind of need a plot, and some characters are just kind of expected to be too powerful, so you kind of have to nerf them or put them in some other situation so they can't. Something funny I think I heard, from what I heard, in the OG Space Jam with, was it Michael Jordan? Am I remembering right?
Maybe?
I think it was Michael Jordan. I don't remember basketball that much. Yes, it was Michael Jordan. So, in that version of Space Jam from the 90s, apparently the one thing that the Looney Tunes people, one of the Looney Tunes people didn't like was that in order for the plot to even happen, they had to nerf Bugs Bunny. Because Bugs Bunny would have just instantly fixed everything the very second the aliens showed up.
Because of cartoon logic.
Yeah, because Bugs Bunny is Bugs Bunny. So yeah, that's why Hatton and Tim both have to be absent from the plot in some way, so that way they don't just instantly fix everything. That's also why, for CTB, certain characters like Coco Bandicoot were not allowed to be participants, because they would fix everything. Coco is too powerful for the plot to handle properly. Alright, so you know that the gimmick for last trial was your route is determined by a variable from an in-game choice? You can choose your route. Still recommend going through both. I put a bunch of work into the mod, and it would be a shame not to see it all. Pick a survivor. I'm assuming we're going with Groove so we can finish off with Conductor.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
Alright.
Conductor's the real plot line anyway, so...
Yeah. Save the best for last. I hope. Grooves. Okie doke. There will also be some gag segments in between to try and lighten the mood a bit as well. Also, any scenes that play out exactly the same in both routes, particularly ones that are long, are skippable. And the chronological order of events varies as well. Depending on the route, you'll either be going through either the main plot or the B-plot first. The voice acting for Thor and Vanessa will be different as both actors resigned from the roles requiring a replacement. Similar complications arise with Empress and the Minion. Lastly, because the level file sizes have limits, the lighting in some areas looks bad if not set to high performance, as the lighting being processed for this level would push it past the limit, preventing it from cooking and as such would be unreleasable. You can go to advanced settings to deal with that.
Someone get a mop.
There's two parts to that I like. Firstly, Coyote getting smashed with the piano is hilarious. Secondly, I like how of all the 5 of the Danganronpa protagonists that show up, all of them are cardboard cutouts except for Komaru, who is a 3D model, because she's the only one from a game where you actually run around as a 3D model.
Is she really? Were they all the others 2D?
Yes, in Danganronpa Trigger Happy Havoc, the first game, as well as Danganronpa 2 Goodbye Despair and Danganronpa V3 Killing Harmony, everyone is 2D sprites. However, in Komaru's case, because she's from Ultra Despair Girls, which is an actual action game where you run around and shoot things with a megaphone, she actually has a 3D model.
Fair enough, then.
So that's why, for the gag segment, when all the Danganronpa protagonists show up to sit on the couch and the couch isn't there, the only one that's not a 2D cardboard cutout is Komaru. Also, I'm not very nice to Kaede, am I?
Shocker.
I think I've loosened up a bit on that now, but I definitely know back when, back before, when I was just really annoyed with people in general just having very effed up perceptions of things, it just annoyed me that everyone said that the game would be better if you played as Kaede. That would not have fixed anything. Playing as Kaede, with knowing how Danganronpa's writing is, would not have fixed anything. Switching the protagonist does not help with the bad writing. Alright, so, yeah, there's... I'm just gonna have to wait for when that gag shows up, because I know it's gonna show up, and it's gonna show up very soon. I will bide my time with that one. There's also Hat Kid's adventures outside of court. This time, it's a pretty heavy focus, so it's practically unavoidable. Depending on route, you will be seeing it within the next few minutes, or with no interruptions, or after the main trial. This is because the time of events is different. Anything that's stacking around can be skipped. Want to see what she's up to? Yes. Even though things get more awkward as time goes on, yes. Subcon will be a real doozy, so you better be prepared.
So, do you need a recap of the battle strategy?
If I remember correctly, you said that was a very different Thor voice. I wanted to keep all the voice acting consistent, but that just didn't pan out. You're right, got it. Vanessa will return to her manor to revive the Frozen. She is a magic attacker, so she can blah 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 strategy stuff.
I'm sure associating myself with criminals wouldn't be good for my reputation.
You still have one of those to lose.
Vanessa doesn't have a reputation to lose anymore. The distraction team needs to cause an immense amount of collateral damage in as short time as possible to keep them away from the main group.
All you gotta do is make spaghetti. Right here. Yummy!
The collateral damage team is the seal.
You know what? That makes an unusually high amount of sense.
Hopefully there's still some forest left to save after that. Sometimes I rewatch the old videos of you playing through this mod, and one of the best... Every time the seal shows up and does something stupid, you laugh your ass off, and it always fills my soul with glee. Anyways.
The seal is the seal. What else is there to say on it?
I think of all the characters in this mod, the only one that basically wound up with a bad ending was the seal, for the sole purpose of comedy. The seal was arrested for gross incompetence and several counts of first-degree arson.
Which are 100% completely justified.
Yep. Alright, so... let's...
Alright, the plan's set. We will sail in a few hours. One more. It's the outcome.
Guys, huge breakthrough. Meet me at the Science Express.
Or you could sail now, or just use your spaceship like you usually do to get there faster.
To the ship.
Good news, everyone!
I feel like it should be stated that was me trying to commit Futurama references.
You know what? I heard that and immediately felt that.
It's like, good news, everyone! To the ship! That was me trying to be Futurama. Alright, so... Did you figure out where the killing game is taking place?
Yes. Also no, but I'm getting there.
Well, it's progress at least.
It wasn't really my idea for a starting point. The smartest being in the universe gave it to me.
And that is...
Backer B.
Come again?
I love how she doesn't even understand it.
It's like, it's funny that even they don't agree with the sentiment that Backer B is the smartest being in the universe. It's like, I'm sorry, what? Trial 5, this support conversation.
Assistance in creating the teleporter I'm working on.
Not to rain on your parade, but you're seriously asking the wrong person for this.
But years of research went into this. Are you certain you're not selling yourself short?
I like throwing exploding potions and blowing things up because it's fun. The only reason I joined was boredom. I'm not an idiot, but I think you need to redo your calculations because I'm not a super genius.
So you wouldn't know how to turn a TV into some form of teleportation device?
Have you tried throwing a timepiece at it to see if it makes a rift?
Wait, I think you're onto something.
That was supposed to emphasize the point that I'm not good at this. Don't actually do that.
No, you're definitely onto something. I gotta look into this. Stat!
Oh boy, please don't tell me you did that.
Yeah, please don't tell me you did the incredibly stupid thing.
And also, please don't tell me it actually worked.
And this is more jokes turning into plot points. Although this was proper foreshadowing.
No need to worry. I didn't even have a timepiece on hand.
Okay, good.
But it wouldn't be necessary if multiple TVs were already hit before, meaning the rift was already there.
You're seriously saying that the killing game happened in TV land because a bunch of TVs got smashed up by timepieces and sucked up a bunch of people near the TVs at the time?
Near a TV at the time. TVs are connected by a network, and most tech nowadays is connected too, like TVs to internet. Ka already informed me of this discovery when looking for clues.
Ka was useful at detecting things.
Without Backer A's healing after I got stabbed and Backer B's suggestion, none of this would have been possible, because I'd be clueless or dead.
So, the intention for this statement is to try and say that the people actually backing and playing the game and supporting it, you know, the players, are kind of...
Important.
And should be appreciated. That was the intention behind where I was going with this Backer A and B being useful thing. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, it makes perfect sense.
Wow. I'm not sure what to say.
I think you're giving me too much credit. Anyone could have healed you, right?
Besides Cooking Cat who makes food, there's literally no other healer in your group, and Cooking Cat had her hands full with Seal at the time.
Wow. I'm not used to being appreciated by anyone besides me.
Never thought I'd see the day we actually become important characters. I think I might cry.
I'm just... wow. So, you said something about Ka?
These two are basically the closest we have to self-insert characters, and they're not even based on me at all. They're just based on what a hardcore and a casual gamer would probably be like. Based on my style of writing. Since these two don't have personality, I'm basically writing them from nothing. You know?
Yeah. I get it.
These two were fun to write. Backer B especially was fun to write, because I like making her go manic. Anyways.
He should be here short.
Sorry I'm late, fellow weird people.
Fellow weird people.
Hello, weird people.
That is the most accurate hello fellow insert noun here phrase he's ever said.
The other agents kept asking for details like, what is your favorite genre of book to read again? And what kind of restaurant do you like visiting?
I really should go back and fix some of these typos and bugs, but at this point I moved on.
Yeah, no. People, I don't think people expect it to get fixed after a certain point.
I don't think people even expect it much in the first place because of the fact that it's a mod made by one person. Expectations with mods tend to be a lot lower than with paid games, after all.
Very true as well. Very true as well.
It does feel a bit weird when people say that it feels like my mod is a game within a game, because it's like, what? I don't hear that very often, but it came up at least once or twice. When it does come up, it's like, what?
I mean, given the fact I reinstalled Hat in Time recently on the new computer.
I actually saw that. I saw an achievement in the activity feed. I was actually thinking about asking, but I forgot about it until you just said that now.
And the fact it took more time to download from the workshop than it did the game itself says something about the size of at least of what you've made.
Yeah, someone actually commented that there's more gigabytes for CTB than there is for actual base game Hat in Time. And that...
Yep.
With Trigger Hatty Havoc, the thing was poorly optimized, so that can be excused. But for CTB, that I tried optimizing. So... either that means that CTB is horribly optimized, or I did a damn good job.
Either. We'll go with the good job.
Yay! It's hard complimenting myself because it feels like anytime I try to be realistic with how I feel about my stuff, it feels like someone is going to say I'm being a narcissist that's giving myself too much of a pat on the back, but it's like most people would have given up by this point. I feel like I deserve some level of praise.
That's perfectly fair.
Yeah. Alright, so...
Sure. On a completely unrelated note, the Owler requested I come here to divulge information about my findings.
You're not used to taking costs seriously. Who is this and what have they done with them?
Remember when I asked you earlier? Grooves and Conductor Red are quite famous. I'll ask about them. Besides that, there's the courtroom conflict that everyone is in.
Was that it? I'm half yakisoba here, it's getting cold.
That was all I wanted to ask about. There aren't any updates on the housing situation. Results of this inquiry were oddly fruitful. Though I must say, I didn't quite like what I'd heard.
I'm trying to eat my yakisoba while we're doing this, and I have to keep talking. My yakisoba's cold now.
Why didn't you eat before we did this, then?
I don't know. That was a dumbass mistake on my part. I think my brain was... Hey, I fuck up too. I'm not perfect. Anyways. Alright, what did you find?
Well, the problem in general is that multiple channels were acting up. I brought it up with the detective named Sam.
Perhaps this will help me locate the Mafia.
He says while in their base.
Was completely unhelpful, so I asked the Fish Dude and Sandworm.
Oh yeah, that show was gnarly. I should know, because we were in it. Dude, imagine 4 heroes going on an adventure, like in all those fantasy stories with the crystals.
It was at that point I was able to get the knowledge to just ask the owl, since he was there and is the easiest to understand what the heck he's actually saying.
You wound up with all 3 of the comic relief idiots.
The
Yeah.
channels acting up were the ones I had to go through to get back here. The trek out here wasn't instant. It took hours.
However, asking about the killing game and the celebrities yielded even stranger results. Apparently, the killing game is available to watch 24/7 on one of the channels, Channel Z. And it's live!
Now this is going to become relevant later because this means that the cross plot is going to become more relevant because Channel Z is from Gex.
It seems
Fair
the cameras
enough.
were already there to begin with. The same applies to the other channels as well. It seems the rifts are amalgamations of TV settings, and the internet's slowly seeping through too.
You better hurry and fix this before the internet takes any possible shred of instance from the TV. We don't want all the Rule 34 getting into this.
You're not old enough to see Rule 34 yet.
And God help us if any of those fanfiction starts seeping in too. I like how I keep harping on how fanfiction tends to be crap. Since a lot of it is either power fantasy or perversion, one or the other. I'm not wrong when I say that, but even still. It's like, yeah, let's fix this before all of the porn happens. We don't want that happening. It's just how the fact that it's specifically the internet that causes us concern. Specifically the internet.
I mean, the internet is a concern, so...
Fair enough.
I mean, look at England right now. Ha 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 ha, save us. Ha 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 ha.
Eh. Moving on.
This is a PG mod. Except maybe Trial 4.
No way that's gonna happen.
By the power of me being God, this is a PG mod. We are not having all of the porn happen. Okay, good. You really don't want to see what happens in Armament with Grandpa Birds. I'm not sure if you even know what that means.
Nope.
Armament is a minigame from Danganronpa V3. It's basically that game's version of the rhythm game. And the further in you get, the more armor you take off of whoever you're arguing against. And once you win the argument, they basically wind up not always naked, but you get what I mean when I say that. I need to, like, indecent at the very least. And I'm thinking to myself, okay, why though? Before I go on about how these are teenagers and we should stop with this shit, let's move on. Because I know I've harped on that enough in the previous chapters. Right, TV's bad enough, but if timeline corruption spreads to the net, we're all screwed. This will be harder to fix than exclusively being on one planet, especially since Spectre TV and Channel Z sound very foreign. But if you can detect where the center is, you might stand a better chance.
Can I ask, if everyone in the killing game was sucked into the TV, how did some of those guys get in there? The Alps doesn't have TV.
Yeah, but the cruise ship did, and time's wonky as crap.
A few people recorded it using cameras on their phones and recording software on computers. It's awkward how old I feel still using a VHS. Regardless, it made going through and figuring out exactly what was going on much easier. Though I was speechless.
Speechless about... If you saw that blip there, the intended message that I was trying to send here was that this is the same COD that died in Trial 2. He just got rewritten and doesn't remember what happened.
Yeah, I think I remember that.
I don't want to remember that. I need to go.
It's also implied that the reason that the other agents were asking personal questions like, when is your birthday and what kind of gifts he wants is to try and cheer him up.
He's been like this all day. can't say I blame him.
Okay, you guess. Anything else you should know?
I have a hypothesis or two for why the courtroom changes so often, but it's got no evidence for or against it, so...
If you say it, it'll probably be true. It's the law of conservation of detail.
The law of conservation of detail. That is a writing term for if you say it, it comes true, because you don't bring up details that don't mean anything. The only time you do that is if it's a red herring. Otherwise, you're wasting everyone's time. And that makes readers bored. So I love the fact that she's weaponizing writing tropes.
I think the further from the core holding the place together you get, the more unstable it'll be. The trial grounds are very far underground. I think that's why it's changing so much.
What'll happen if it gets too unstable?
I was hoping you knew. Regardless, the perfected T-Porter, don't steal the name, it's not trademarked yet, will take a while to finish. A few weeks at best, months at worst. But if the world hates me, which it does, it'll likely take even longer. If someone on the other side was working from their end, the time it'd take would be significantly reduced, but...
So basically, this text string and the last one basically allude to how the trial ends for both routes. In Groove's route, it gets so unstable that things go haywire. Whereas with Conductor's route, they manage to get everyone out faster because Conductor and the Owl are working from both sides to try and get them out. So this is basically foreshadowing, I suppose. How many contestants in the game are left?
Watch the TV yourself to find out. It'll probably answer all your questions faster than I can.
Right, duh. Alright, so... 8 days after Trial 5, the B-plot part happens first because we're going through the Grooves route. That's because the Grooves route takes place, like, I think 2 weeks after Trial 5, not 8 days after it.
Alright, let's get cooking.
Let's make this
Save some for
enjoyable,
me.
shall we?
Smiling painful
Okay,
then?
we got just about
Just
all of our
painful
strongest
for
heroes.
now.
We got 2 objectives. 1, find Tim. 2, get rid of the moon jumper. You still remember the strategy, right?
That cutscene was so janky. Okay, moving on.
Good memory, Timmy.
Well, at least he remembered, because you sure don't.
An adult? Where?
And now everything gets idiotic. I don't know if you...
Especially as she's floating.
Say that again?
Especially as she's floating, for some reason.
Yay. Can you imagine going through this part of the plot without experiencing Trial another episode? Yeah, I saw streamers that did. They didn't go through Trial another episode first. The B-plot was impossible for them to follow. Even with... Say it again.
Even with?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
Even with? I was gonna say, that kind of makes sense. That it wouldn't make any sense.
Anyways. Why is Kamara Naegi here?
That's a very long story involving a killing game in Third Energy.
I hope you're aware of Trial another episode which came out between this and Trial 5 because the crossplot is practically unavoidable now that Haddle is here. TLDR, Haddle was missing because she was on Earth dealing with this time-twisted issues, explain why she can't be here to instantly fix everything and then there's no plot. This mod is getting weird. It's about to get weirder. Your dream crossover team is already here wreaking havoc, and it won't be long before more people are involved randomly. Time Lord knows where Coco, Yumi, Miku, and Katie all went. And Coco, yes, noises.
More! Right it! Could you please calm down a little here?
Now that you know of Monkey Pink's existence, I think you know why Yumi called her that.
What, Pink?
Yeah.
Oh, right, yeah. Calling Coco Pink, yeah.
Yeah, Yumi calling Coco Pink as if she's referring to Monkey Pink as an insult. It's like, that makes sense to you now. Because you know who Monkey Pink is, how bad we've been saying she is. Did I show you Monkey Pink blowing up so bad that the ocean turned into a parking lot of concrete?
No.
I'm gonna have to show you that video at some point, because that was Ape Escape 2 when she was first introduced. And they're also both Monkey Pink and Coco are voiced by Debbie Derryberry, aka Jimmy Neutron. Actual Crash Tag Team Racing dialogue, E10 for ages 10 and up.
I don't think I'm old enough to be hearing things like that.
She is not, she is 9. She's just 1 year off. She's 1 year off from being old enough to hear Coco Yes noises, based on the ESRB rating. This is getting stupid.
And even then, it's a little questionable.
I don't know how they got away with that, honestly. And I will never let Coco live it down, specifically because of how questionable it is.
Oh, that looked painful. Lovely day, isn't it? Oops. Who was that?
Someone from the TV world?
We're not even on Earth and the media dimension is bleeding out here? Angry Cactus! Wait, what?
Okay, we've got trouble here. Yumi, you gotta drive while I shoot these guys down using the W, A, S, D, and O keys. If they get close to us, we'll take damage.
This is so stupid.
You know what? That's a fun way of explaining the controls in a meta way. Well done.
What do you mean?
It was a fun way of explaining the controls in a meta way by, you know, just saying it like that.
That seemed pretty obvious again, but okay. But why are they attacking us?
They're attacking them because we just heard Coco run over Marge and Lisa at the same time.
You ran her over.
Oops. Okay.
Alright, let's bring it. That walking cactus has a really sturdy vehicle. And it's
That walking cactus.
It won't go down in a single hit.
I forgot I call her a walking cactus.
I mean, you're not wrong.
Yeah.
Oh man, that boat car looks so radical.
Why did you say it like that?
There's a reason I had there's a reason I had that word highlighted and in all caps for emphasis. So the funny thing is, with Trial 3, the car segment was supposed to be based on Simpsons Hit and Run, but really crappily. In Trial 5, it was Crash Tag Team Racing. Both games were made by Radical Entertainment. So that's the joke.
Fair.
If it was more durable, it'd be cooler.
Alright, so I have an invulnerable option. Alright, so W, A, S, D, and O keys. Alright. Alright, so I added this message because if I don't, then you just start the thing wherever, because the awkward thing about left clicking is that for some reason it seems to move your turret to the left or something for some reason, and that's really annoying.
Huh.
I need a ride here. Stat.
Is there a white mage in the audience?
I forgot I had that. Is there a white mage in the audience as we run over a black mage for no apparent reason? You can tell this is the part of the development where I just lost my mind. I was so tired of having time by this point. I just wanted something else.
I was gonna say, Don't act like you ever had your
There
mind.
goes my college money.
I mean, by comparison to Trials 1, 2, 3, and 4...
Okay, I just need to walk it off. Watch it, buddy. I'm less passive than I appear.
I mean, things started going crazy once Trial 5 happened, and then we got to those cheat code segments, but with Trials 1 through 4, I think I held my crap together fairly well.
Son of a biscuit. Whoa! Oh dear. You come back
Okay,
here!
I promised Marge I wouldn't come home drunk, so I need to drive around until I sober up.
It's a cool, fast car. But just like his sister, he'll go down in one hit. And he can't take us down easily without more power.
I'm just not over that Homer Simpson line. Okay, I promised Marge I wouldn't come home drunk, so I'm gonna drive around until I sober up. That sounds like such a terrible idea, and a very Homer thing to do.
It's a terrible idea.
That sounds like such a Homer thing to do, even though that's a completely terrible idea. Alright, so...
100% a terrible idea. But that's not going to stop the likes of Homer.
Exactly.
Wow, this is... Oh, wait, we have a good point.
Alright, so...
That's not very nice. I get hit by more cars than anyone I know.
I guess Bart has gotten hit by several cars.
Oh, wait, that's me.
Medic. Oh wait, that's me. Well, there's the white mage that black mage was looking for. Crap.
Dumb as a bag of hair.
You say crap as if there's even any difference to whether you hit or miss.
I mean, we do have 3 hit points total, I feel like, and this is passable.
You mean failable?
No, I mean passable as in, like, you can pass this segment naturally just by hitting the cars, because there is a win condition and a fail condition. You failed the last time and you had to use the invincible thing to win.
I need your help. My car is,
Oh yeah! Thought about that.
Mind your own beeswax. Oh man,
buddy, I'm
this
less
sucks.
passive
Than I appear. Son of a biscuit. I need a ride here. Stat. Huh, incredible. Simpson women are famous for their ability to drive from an early age.
That thing is gonna rip us in half!
I love how when Maggie shows up, not only does she have a gun and sunglasses as if she just carjacked Mr. Burns, but his body is in the back.
It's just Maggie. We all know Maggie's the MVP of Simpsons.
Maggie is the crazy one. And a psycho.
Another one? How bad? This thing is massive? Okay.
Alright, time for the final boss, Maggie Simpson, who hits the hardest out of everyone. If I remember correctly, there are 3 different damages that can happen. Marge does 2, Maggie does 3, and everyone else does 1.
You gotta break a few eggs to make an omelet.
lousy, rotten karmic retribution.
Oops. That's not very nice.
Got her.
There goes my college money. Oh,
Got him.
Then I appear.
Ow, my head!
Oh,
this is so bad for my posture.
My dad'll pay for all the damages.
Son of a biscuit.
You gotta break a few eggs to make an omelet. I get hit by more cars than anyone I know.
We're almost there.
You can do it!
I've done it before when I made the mod. Hopefully I can do it again now that I'm rusty. I got 3 at once, wow.
That could have been unfortunate. Are they finally gone? Sorta. They're not following us, but they're definitely still in the forest.
Failing is honestly more entertaining than winning. Like, winning feels like an accomplishment, failing is just hilarious.
We should regroup
Yeah.
with the others.
That would tend to be the case, especially with your mods.
After I finish blowing up more bad guys, could you at least tone down the screaming? Come on, let me enjoy it a bit. You have a strange
Problem.
sense of fun.
Coco has lots of problems. Alright, so let's see if the other weirdos are faring any better.
Previously on Knife is Strange.
Chloe, could you please stop dying every episode? Why do I even bother?
That was one of the weirder ones. That was definitely one of the weirder ones. Alright, so are we watching these, or...?
Yeah, you might as well watch them, why not?
My head hurts.
Alright, B-plot stuff that I honestly don't really care all that much about.
You have a lot to answer for, Moon Jumper.
Get away from me.
You must pay for what you did to my kingdom.
Vanessa closes in.
Vanessa, wait. Before you do anything, there's something you should know.
And that is?
The Moon Jumper. He's,
You already know that Moonjumper was originally Vanessa's boyfriend back in beta or whatever, right?
Yep.
Okay.
You're joking.
You're bracing for impact.
Why do you scare me so much?
One of the few things you remember about Moonjumper is that Snatcher used to harass him about being the prince for Vanessa. Moonjumper would wet the bed anytime Snatcher brought something as a reminder of that.
This can't be. How did this happen?
You'd ask Timmy, but that doesn't work for you specifically. You'd ask Timmy, but you can't read mute.
You can't read mute.
Alright, so... honestly, I kind of want to skip this, but I'll just keep going, I guess. You want your younger self to go with the crossover plot, because the Hat Kid is the main protagonist, not Hat Adults.
Wow, my brain really is a messed up place, isn't it?
Alright, so I should probably explain what that's about. So, Tim, CEO of Time, you want to know why Subcon Forest is called Subcon Forest?
Why?
It was supposed to be Tim's subconscious. In the original version of the script, the entire reason the plot happened was because Tim, CEO of Time, had a meltdown. Subcon Forest was supposed to be his brain.
Huh.
Yep. There's a lot of stuff that changed over the course of the development.
Frozen Solid in the bathroom, of course.
Of course he was.
So time's all messed up across the universe.
Odd choice for us, avoiding. I want to move on, honestly. We can just go back to your other thing if we want to see this again.
Fair.
I mean, this part of the plot isn't really all that relevant, and I'm cringing at my own writing. I want to get to the main plot. Let's move forward. Alright, so... Actually, wait, the course of action's already decided. You don't want to be here for this awkward interaction, so can you have a gag segment here, please? Yes, please!
Once upon a time, there was a beautiful princess who went to Subcon Forest. She then went crazy and killed everyone.
We already know the story about Vanessa.
I said princess who went to Subcon, not queen of Subcon.
Wait, what?
Out of my way, you filthy peasants! Could you cool it down with the road rage? You're going overboard. How come Crash is allowed to break everything all the time and I can't?
What's a
honestly, a valid question.
Why is Crash allowed to smash everything all the time, but Coco can't? Or or something else that I might have forgotten about?
No, a valid question. Why can't she break everything?
I think nowadays she is allowed to break everything. It's just that back when I was a kid, she was only allowed to break things about 1/4 of the time. Either way. But yeah, why is Crash the main character at this point? Coco kind of does everything that he can do and does it equally as good, if not better. Also, she's a tech geek, so she winds up being more plot relevant than him anyway. Crash has basically become pointless in his own franchise because Coco is
Crash is pointless. Oh god.
Crash is pointless in his own franchise because Coco could just do everything that he can and do it better. Especially by this point. I mean, with the Crash Bandicoot Insane trilogy that has come out, where Coco is a playable character, as well as Crash It's About Time, there's an argument to be made that Crash isn't even necessary for these adventures, because you can play the entirety of them as Coco. That means that we don't need Crash to go and get Coco a new laptop battery. She can just go and get the stupid thing herself.
Yeah, especially given her track record of being able to do everything.
I feel like I make her out to be like this goddess of the universe because of just all the weird crap that she's done. But at the same time, like, I feel like on some level it's valid. Because, like, there's no reason she should be able to hack into someone's brain with her laptop on a completely different planet where she probably doesn't have internet. How did she do that?
Marge is the god of the Ryuka cinematic universe, but Coco is the prophet.
I was thinking of it more like Marge and Coco are both goddesses of the Ryuka cinematic universe.
No, Coco's the prophet.
But Coco and Marge don't like each other. They just blew the hell out of each other with Gatling guns a second ago, didn't they?
God doesn't have to like that prophet.
Alright, moving on.
Unless you want to try and make some god wars, some religious crusade in a game of the Coco versus Marge.
What the fuck have I done? Oh my god, this is getting out of control. The religion, the cult of Marge and Coco. Oh no, what have I done?
So many things.
You have to admit, though, for as much as my ADHD brain makes these weird-ass jokes, they are funny. And they make sense. A lot of other people's jokes don't make sense. They just are randomness for the sake of randomness with no rhyme or reason. When I make a joke, at least Marge jokes, at least I base it off of something.
No, I've said plenty of times one of my favorite things about your writing is you somehow seem to every time be able to turn the jokes into actual plot points.
Yeah. I think I need to. I think my brain needs to relax a moment because it's getting all over the place again. Okay, I think I'm relaxed now. Let's move on. I think I have calmed enough to continue.
Well, I guess you're joining us on our world/universe saving adventure? Nice!
I like how Miku is just upside down in the car. Like we have...
Because why not?
We have like 6 people in the car, and they are all having trouble fitting in, so someone's just upside down with their legs sticking up. Yeah.
So now everyone here can deal with the problem on the screen.
What even is the logic there?
I don't think there was for that one. I think that one was randomness for the sake of randomness. That's one of the few times where I did make a joke that was randomness for the sake of randomness. Right after I say, I don't make jokes like that! Hypocrisy. Great. Such amazing timing. Moving on. Let's just skip forward, because things are getting stupid. Oh right, there was Junko noises there, and I forgot about that. Let's just skip forward. Watch scenes.
Holy wow.
I know there's a third gag segment in here somewhere.
No. Okay.
Doesn't care about his own plot, only cares about his own gag segments.
I mean, let's be honest here. The B-plot was a mess, especially in Trial 6. In Trial 6, that was when I was just so burnt out on Hat in Time, and I was going through so much crap, I just wanted to be done with it. I think I told you that one of my voice actors threw a fit at me partway through Trial 6, and that completely killed my mood on even working on the project, but I still had to see it through to the end. So, you can probably imagine that wasn't exactly a fun time.
Yeah.
So, and I think a major reason as to why I know the main plot was the first thing I focused on, and then after that was the B-plot. And that's why the B-plot wound up so undercooked, because that was the last thing I was going to do. And then it wound up turning out the way that it did, and that's why I'm skipping it, because so much of it was just bad. Right, moving on with the main plot scenes. Alright, so, 10 days after Trial 5. So the B-plot took place 8 days after Trial 5. This is 10 days after Trial 5.
Alright, you runts. I gathered you all here for a mandatory body search.
Isn't that against the Fourth Amendment?
What planet are you from again, Mustache Girl?
Where do you think we are exactly? This isn't America.
You're seriously going to body search us like airport security?
Legitimate question. How do you fuckers even know what America is?
How do you know what airport security is when you guys don't even seem to have planes?
Even more relevant to the question.
I felt like those jokes were just topical, so I threw them in even though they don't make sense, I guess. Which is a sign I was losing my mind and getting really sick of everything. I never even went to I don't even remember if I ever went flying other than one single time to whichever Disney World is in Florida for a family vacation. So I don't even know what airport security is actually like. I just hear that it sucks because everyone is treated like a terrorist by default.
Apparently it's lessening over the next few years, so...
Correction. He is going to do the searching.
Let's get this over with fast.
And this was when I started voicing the minion. And it does feel a bit awkward that the original voice actor for them quit partway through, but It is what it is. Honestly, I don't think I did that bad of an impression now that I'm a bit older and I look at things less cringy of myself, I suppose. As I say, completely skipping my B-plot. I feel like my voice acting as the minion wasn't as bad as I felt it was. I just really hated the way that my voice sounded on a microphone. Because it's like with your voice acting, that doesn't sound right because that's not how your voice sounds to you. I don't know why it works like that for us, where when we hear ourselves over a microphone, it sounds different than how we actually sound when we're actually talking. But
that's because when you hear yourself, it's because you're not hearing yourself through your eardrums. It's from the actual echo of hearing it echo through your own head. So it reverberates from the inside, which is where the main source of hearing yourself comes from.
Ah, that makes sense.
Can I refuse?
What exactly is Snatcher looking for?
If one of you are hiding it, you'll see. Otherwise, it's none of your beeswax.
Who the heck says beeswax anymore?
If you empty your pockets, this will go by smoother.
Everyone empties their pockets, with Mustache Girl having way more weapons on her than she'd ever need.
Okay, and where's the other half?
Ugh.
She removes even more weapons.
Where does she keep them all?
Hello? Thank you.
I'm sorry, did something happen with my mic?
No, I think I had a lag spike.
Ah, okay. Alright, so... Don't ask where the weapons go. It's a long story of how weapons materializing from thin air for you and her work.
There, that's all of them. Puppy.
Alright, let's get this over with.
The minion proceeds to thoroughly search everyone's person for the thing Snatcher is looking for, excluding the obvious. The item was not found.
We done now?
Dismissed. Minion with me.
If I remember correctly, I took this picture using Gmod models instead of using the hat editor, because I know how to post stuff in Gmod, whereas with the hat and time editor, I don't know how to do that with the skeletal meshes. I didn't have Blender experience at the time to do this. Minion and Snatcher leave.
What was that for?
Someone must have stolen something from Snatcher and ticked him off. I don't know who did it, but they've got guts. And my respect.
Must have been super important. Maybe it was your timepiece.
Oh, that would definitely tick him off. Whoever you are, I salute you. So, I guess we just leave now? I say we figure out who this mystery thief is. With the timepiece's power, we might stand a chance against Snatcher. Why do I feel like it won't be enough?
Snatcher has the durability of glass, but he's also more powerful now than before, so he might not be as easy to knock down.
I see. Alright, Rebel Squad, we're gonna come up with a plan.
In the security office where Snatcher set himself up to watch everybody. And as we see on the right, there's the TV. Boss TV Channel Z. Defeat the mastermind and survive the game is the first remote option. The second one is get away with murder. The third one is make Trial 3 not suck this time. So, and there's a reason that of the three icons to the left of those options, the one at the bottom is actually filled in. That's because Trial 3 did not suck this time. And also, you remember how Trial 3 was based off of the arena was based off of Gex to Enter the Gecko? And how it was the final boss arena, and a bunch of things kept getting added to the area as time went on, and then it finished off with a gold remote floating in the center?
I believe so.
That's why that thing is there, because the gold remote showed up. That's me trying to make references, and that's a brick joke. Does it make sense?
Yeah, I think it makes sense.
Yay. But yeah, so the reason that make Trial 3 not suck this time is listed there. Trial 3 of every Danganronpa game is collectively agreed to be the worst trial in each game. It's always the double, and it's always the one with the worst logic behind it. And it winds up being the worst as a result of how they wind up going about that chapter. So, the joke is, I hope Trial 3, when I make it, doesn't wind up sucking this time. And then...
Congratulations, it didn't.
It didn't, yay!
Still no clues to who stole it. It's probably not Grooves. He's too depressed. The Nomad's way too boring and passive, so... It's probably one of the annoying little girls. It'd be so much easier to just kill them.
If that's how you feel, then why are you even bothering with the rules anymore?
If I were to guess, probably because that's the challenge. Killing them myself would be easy, but it'd also be very boring. Though law school drilling into my brain that rules exist for a reason and can and will be used against you probably has something to do with it too.
We have to remember that Snatcher went to law school.
I guess I've screwed the rules so many times now that they may as well not exist, but that stupid girl is so annoying, and these idiots take so long to kill each other.
Yeah, I feel like I didn't do Snatcher much justice in this mod, but oh well, what can you do?
He's doing his best.
I got a task for you.
What should I do?
See if you can kill them both. What's the harm in another double, huh?
Time limit?
3 days. Don't keep me waiting.
I'll see what I can do.
The next day.
We're out of time. Did you get anyone else to help us?
I tried, but if I don't know whether or not Snatcher is distracted, I can't risk it.
Because of the fact that Conductor is not here for this one, he can't distract Snatcher. So the plot lines are going in a very different direction. I feel like Chapter 5 was when I wanted to test the concept of the difference between having one character there or the other not. Or whatever. And I feel like Trial 6 is actually where I wound up capitalizing on it the best. Because the Trial 5, both versions, still felt relatively similar. But with Trial 6, it feels like everything goes in a completely different direction. Alright, I finally finished my yakisoba. I can get rid of that now.
Okay. Right on then. I'm starting the fire. You got a plan?
It's kinda last minute, but it's the best I can come up with.
Better than nothing. Alright, let's light this sucker.
The minion starts the fire.
Alright, you brought the contract, right?
Yep.
The Nomad, proceeds to remove the contract from the spot they hit it.
Here it is.
Alright, where did you...
You don't want to know.
Okay, moving on.
The minion chucks the contract into the fire. The minion's soul leaving his body. The body he once possessed falls limp on the floor like a ragdoll.
Where should I put the body?
Leave it there.
Okay. Oh, wait! I thought dwellers couldn't speak.
Wait.
Yeah, I was about to say that.
Huh?
Editor's note. The dwellers in the final version of the game don't speak or have dialogue unless it's the very, very original patch where one of them spoke. Before that, back in the era of the Moonjumper, dwellers could talk just fine. Minions didn't exist as NPCs at that point, since Snatcher didn't adopt Moonjumper's role by that point in development.
Whatever. It's not important. You gotta hide.
Yeah, the Nomad's reaction in the Conductor route is less dismissive and more like, maybe it's a timeline thing? But here they're just so tired of everything.
Okay, I hope this goes well.
So do I.
Like, the Nomad is actively more aggressive in the Grooves route. I'm not sure how noticeable it is.
Well,
because she's fed up because she's the only one actually doing anything.
Yeah.
I'm not taking a cold shower again.
Cold water.
Why did I bother?
You're ready for a hot shower.
I'll have to wait a while until the hot water refills.
Ugh. And unnecessarily long amount of time later after Cruz leaves, the girls are playing with cards.
Got any threes?
Go fish.
Ugh, this is so boring. If I say you win, can we do something else?
Thank Peck, you were sick of card games. Enter the spa.
Alright, let's start up the water.
You notice a big brown ragdoll on the floor in the back of the room.
What's that supposed to be?
Kinda looks like I'm beating a snatcher, but without the possession part.
Oh wait! Does that mean we discovered the minion dead? BDA! 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 Oh well. Guess it was too much to hope he finally just died already.
It's still pretty suspicious looking. Why is it laying in the middle of the floor?
Don't know. Don't care right now. I want a shower first.
Mustache girl proceeds to shower with her clothes on.
I feel cleaner already.
That's not how you shower.
It saves up on laundry. Shut up.
She didn't have access to a laundromat in Mafia Town, did she?
Don't remind me.
Oof. I mean, even if there was one, I'm not sure if there is or not, but even if there was one, it would probably wind up stinking like crap. Because Mafia.
Yeah. Yeah.
That or it'd probably be filled with fish. Because for some reason they allow fish in everything. Maybe I'm just exaggerating though, who knows. 2 days later, spa.
I'm going to bed soon. I feel... bleh. What the heck is taking him so long to set off the announcement?
They enter the spa.
Finally, congratulations!
Wait, what?
You're the first person to discover the corpse, so, change to the formula here. Since there's almost nobody here anymore, I'm lowering the witness requirement to 1 for the upcoming trials. So, congrats! You're not guilty!
There's absolutely no way nobody else saw that thing in the middle of the pecking room.
A body has been discovered in the sauna. Get over here right now. I've got an important update for you all.
I think you just dug yourself a hole there. Good. Like, even their thoughts are getting aggressive. They use the word peck. Who are these people? The characters are as follows. Actually, never mind. You already know everyone that's still here, yeah?
Can't even be bothered with the goddamn intro anymore.
I was pretty tired, let's be honest. Right, show me the evidence. TV set. A non-operational TV inside of the sauna. A lot of the technology around it likely would have been inside it if whoever worked on it finished what they were doing. There were so many items left next to the machine in the gift shop makes it suspicious. There's several colors of paint, knives, dolls, radios, etc. The only color missing from that list is blue. Someone with a lot of coins must have went wild here. Motives. Several motives are found to survivors. Let's be honest, evidence is completely worthless at this point. Snatcher file. The minion was dead in the sauna. Time and cause of death are unknown. I don't think anything changed with the rules. Nope.
Love how the only reason it's unknown is because Snatcher literally doesn't know.
Yeah. State of the body. The body of the minion looks like a brown ragged ragdoll thing. The doll itself looks undamaged. There's no blood either. Peppers kept in the kitchen went missing. It's noticeable because Cooking Cat was the only one to ever actually use them, because nobody else knows how to cook them in dishes properly, resulting in intense burning sensation in the mouth. The BA did not go off until well after every single person had already seen the minion's body. Nobody even identified it as a corpse until Snatcher told everyone it's the minion's body. To them, it looked like a random ragged doll just laying there for no reason. Though Nomad was confirmed not guilty by Snatcher after the explanation. No cameras in the sauna. A bonfire was made in the back of the spa. Brewers would likely remember why. Let's do this! To get the grand finale started.
Well, this is getting interesting, isn't it? Only 4 of you are left now. You already know how this rodeo goes. Solve the mystery or die. Have fun!
Hey, I know you're sad, but we need your help with this. You've been wallowing in depression for way too long now. Seriously, dude, get over it.
The penguin wasn't even that well developed. Why did he last so long?
You two have no tact, do you? No.
Nope.
Okay, 3 suspects total, because it's not the nomad.
Or if you consider the minion.
Oh, crud. That's right. Where should we even start? I don't know. The file didn't even give us a single concrete detail aside from found dead in the sauna. I don't even know what day he died on. Okay, can I ask something? Was I really the first one to find the body?
Technically, it was you, then Mustache Girl about 2 days ago.
So that was the same body? Snatcher, your BDA is 2 days late.
What? No, it isn't. The Nomad found the body first. Are you sure you're talking about the body?
Important, do not skip... okay, yeah, that's right. The Z, X, and C key thing.
Yes. How to play the game.
Yeah, since this was the first time I was... No, wait, no, the second time I was doing this after Trial Another Episode. Since everyone before used the menu system.
The Nomad found the body first. Aren't you happy I narrowed it down?
I
Maybe if you could narrow it down correctly.
No. I get the feeling even you don't know what happened. The
Right.
fact that the BDA's timing is off definitely gives me that impression.
The timing was not off.
Yes, it was.
But he has cameras all over the place.
Nothing gets by me, kid.
Alright, and this was the introduction of Monica's tips. As I said, someone streamed this while skipping the Trial Another Episode. They had no idea what the hell this was about. You can imagine how awkward that was.
It's their own fault for skipping half the mods.
Hi, you needed more help with the debates? This is a zombie crisis! You're gonna have to tolerate that, I'm afraid. I'm kind of in the middle of this mod's crossover plot, so if you're wondering where me, Kitten, Stan, Toro, and Regina are, well, we're in zombie-infested America.
Why in America?
Because the cure is in Canada or something, and now we have to go there because the crossover plot said so. Ryuka Rookie, I know this is a crappy crossover fanfic, but could you try a lot harder to give us a good reason to make this Death Road to Canada reference?
Monica, this part wasn't even supposed to be mentioned because I barely put anything into it by comparison to the other 2 crossover subplots. But when writing who went where, I figured TV Land would be somewhere you specifically wouldn't want to go.
At least you thought that part through. And it's not a part of the main plot, so I guess I can let it slide. For now. But don't think me calling you out makes this cop-out okay. Let's get to the tips, okay? So, debate 1 of Route G. Did you really need me for this one?
I love you.
I love you, Monica.
Aw, you did this just to spend more time with me? That's so sweet. Unfortunately, we can't have any meaningful conversations because the Kismet in this mod isn't that advanced. But it's the thought that counts. Well, I guess there's not much more to say. See you around.
Now let's pick the other option and see what she says.
Need help? Okay, let's see. Which debate are you at? Okay, got it. So, debate... Did you really need me for this one?
Yes.
A tip that doesn't flat out give away the answer. Okay, screw it. You notice the camera-related truth bullet and weak spot that very obviously contradict each other, right? I really don't want to be condescending, but I feel like this one was a gimme. Ryuka Rookie, make better debate puzzles!
I'm trying!
I'm trying for the frowny face.
The Nomad found the body first. Aren't you happy I narrowed it down?
I should be, but no. I get the feeling even you don't know what happened. The fact that the BDA's timing is off definitely gives me that impression.
The timing was not off.
Yes, it was.
But he has
Hey, question. If there were cameras in a super wet, steamy room, wouldn't the lens fog up?
You don't have cameras in the spa because of that, huh? Ugh, if I had known that sooner...
Look how he's
I'd
being
have
like,
spent so
these
much
little
more time
fuckers. They've been plotting this all along.
So if the room of death was the single blind spot the Snatcher had no means of tracking, wouldn't that mean he can't accurately say who the culprit is?
Now hold on there, kid. Just because I can't see what happened inside doesn't mean I can't hear what happens inside.
If that were the case, he'd know what happened and why. I don't believe him.
I know what I heard. I definitely know the culprit of the trial, even if you idiots don't believe me.
Then why not give us the time or cause of death?
Again, it's to balance the trial. Pay attention.
I thought you muted it because I was yelling at you constantly.
I unmuted it once you finally settled the heck down.
Ugh, you're just gonna throw any excuse at us that we can't prove wrong with evidence, just so you'll be blameless.
That seems to be the case, but that still doesn't explain the body.
Okay, fine. I tried reviving him. Again, his contract is far from expired.
His contract is ash.
You want to know why I was late with the PDA? It's because I wanted my servant to stay longer. There, you happy?
You can't tell if he's telling the truth right now.
If he is, that's a clue. It would mean that the cause of death got rid of the dweller within as well. Otherwise, it's another manipulation of his.
I didn't see a dweller.
Neither did you.
I didn't see them. The cause of death was an exorcism?
Does anyone here even know how to perform one of those?
Well, what else could it be? He didn't get killed in Trial 4 by the rope, so normal injuries must be off the table. Let's
Love
try
the
figuring
logic.
out the cause of death.
Say that again?
I love some of the logic. Like,
If the
you
dweller
know,
was
it must have
never
been an
found,
exorcism, you know?
That means they're either
Yeah.
dead or hiding. But why hide?
You guys really want it to be me, don't you?
Yes. Besides that, there is a way to kill a
How
spirit.
do you kill what's already dead?
How to word this? Alright, Monica, what you got?
Need help? Okay, let's see. For this one, try to remember the game mechanics from Subcon Forest. There's a few, but those mechanics should help you figure out where this debate is going. That's my tip for this debate. Thanks for listening.
Let's try figuring out the cause of death. If the dweller was never found, that means they're either dead or hiding. But why hide?
I wonder if there's an interesting response here. Nope.
Let's try figuring out the cause of death. If the dweller was never found, that means they're either dead or hiding. But why hide?
You guys really want it to be me, don't you?
Yeah, I don't know what that was about.
Griffy, I can explain. Wambus, I want your harem off the couch.
There is a way they could have pulled off an exorcism. Is those glowing firefoxes and their weird bonfires?
That's still one of my
Never gonna-
favorites.
I was gonna say, you're never gonna let Wambus live it down, are you?
No, never. But even still, the cactus harem joke is just one of my favorites. Just taking the already existing joke of Wambus x Cactus and just piling 5 more cacti into the room just to make it even worse. Sorry, Tiffany, your husband's harem is on the couch. You're gonna have to pick all the needles out now. I feel like I've made that joke so many times that's lost a bit of its effect, though, which is unfortunate.
Well, it still seems to work.
Yeah. Alright, next. Why did she know that?
Yeah, you probably wouldn't know, but she barged into my forest uninvited too.
You're still a cliche evil villain.
And you're still an annoying fool that doesn't know your place.
You had judgment coming, you soul-stealing pest.
Keep this up, and I will kill you.
Fine.
Editor's note, a scene involving a playable mustache girl in Subcon was removed from the game before release. So yeah, that was something that was going to happen and didn't. That's unfortunate.
Yeah.
Mustache Girl, honestly, we've had this discussion before. Hat in Time really dropped the ball with Mustache Girl. She's interesting in concept, but they use her so sparingly, despite the fact that she's supposed to be the main villain, that it's easy to understand why most people forget she's even there. Until she winds up taking over everything and becomes the final boss. Because that's all she's really relevant for, is that and the first half of Mafia Town. It was better than the Mafia boss at the very least, because you only meet the Mafia boss one time and deal with him once, and that's basically it. But Mustache Girl being the main villain, it feels like they slept on her, you know? Like, they should have done more with her.
Yeah.
Long story short, the bonfire could have been it, but there's a catch.
What's the catch?
You need to sacrifice people inside paintings to make it work.
That's disturbing.
Paintings can do that? Ooh, we could keep the Empress trapped forever like that.
I like how she went from hating the Mafia to hating the Empress, just because she found out the Empress is worse. Granted, she still hates the Mafia, but it's like, now she's changed priorities because...
In her defense as well, what is the Yakuza other than the Japanese Mafia?
I mean, yeah. But even still, with the Yakuza, it's not personal like it is with the Mafia. But even still, Mustache Girl committing murder is funny. And hating criminals. Sometimes I say that instead of murder. It's a funny way of censoring it, I guess. But even then, I really shouldn't have to censor the word murder anyway. YouTube can piss off on that regard, I suppose. Moving on.
Yeah, that's one of the more annoying side of things, isn't it?
Yeah. Anyways, let's get back to Murder Mystery. That is the best idea she's ever had.
Alright, I'm so psyched. Let's go take down some Yakuza.
Young lady, you are getting ahead of yourself.
But we have a killing game to survive first.
Why didn't we think of that beforehand? That could have worked as an option to get rid of Snatcher. This was the point where you realized that the plot was changed significantly from the Conductor route, because that's how you got rid of. That's how they get rid of Conductor and how they get rid of Snatcher in the Conductor route.
So, if that's the case, then who'd have known about that?
I sure didn't know paintings could do that. That's terrifying.
Well, I didn't know.
And Mustache Girl sounded like she didn't know that until now. Wait.
So the only people who know about that are Kid and Snatcher. Assuming this is the method of exorcism. But can you just shove in any painting? Or...
It must be a highest quality one, which means there must be a victim or 3 to sacrifice to make it work. That's the impression you got from the fire spirits.
I honestly don't think think we can count this as the method of exorcism then. We'll have to look at this from a different angle. Unfortunately, the kid and Snatcher are the two people here most familiar with Subcon Forest. Slow down there. I'm not done. I'm honestly convinced that Snatcher does not know what really happened in there with 100% certainty.
You people will never let this go, will you?
Did anyone see cameras in the sauna compared to the rest of the building?
Again, all I needed was sound.
Sound is not good enough, darling.
And why's that?
You could fake someone else's voice if you're good at voice acting.
That is the most self-incriminating thing I've heard yet.
I'm not done. There's another way to pretend to be someone else audibly.
What might help confuse the voice situation?
An MP3 player.
I think the radio player is the correct answer, actually. Not unless you want someone to... Not unless you want someone to think you like singing popular songs while exercising upset spirits. That'd make you look like a crazy person. Yeah, let's sing J-pop while getting rid of upset spirits. That'll make sense. That actually sounds like something I hear about in anime. Sunglasses. Why do the penguins wear sunglasses everywhere, by the way? Especially on the moon where it's constantly night.
I love how that's said via, DJ Grooves, who is also wearing them.
No, that's said via, the brown border text box. So that means that I'm the one saying it. You see the wooden text box on the left and right sides? Do you see the brown border?
Yeah.
The brown wooden border means that I'm the one talking.
Oh, fair enough.
So that means that, in this case, it's not Grooves saying it, it's me.
You don't have to be a genius to use an audio editor and a radio to make it sound like someone else was the culprit. Any of us could have pulled that off.
Yakuza got your tongue?
Cat got your tongue.
Yakuza got your tongue.
Well played, whoever you are. Too bad I'm a sore loser.
So you admit that you don't know?
You idiots were so insistent on biting the hand that fed you. So fine, let's raise the stakes, shall we? If you can't deduce who did this, and if the smart aleck wants to say hidden to say, you lose to me out of spite, the killing game will end with all of your lives.
Uh-oh, that's bad.
Well, you're all in for it now. You know, I was okay with just offing whoever got the most votes. Yeah, I'm abusing my power, but you wretches can't do anything about it.
He's not even trying to hide this anymore. You're more than certain he rigged Trial 3.
Of course Trial 3 was rigged. That stupid girl is the most irritating thing I've ever had to tolerate the existence of. So yeah, I got her executed on false charges I committed. And even if you could prove anything else I did to shove it in my face, it'd be a waste of the precious seconds you need to figure out the jerkbag who's still not fessing up.
Note to self, don't bully the dragon, so to speak.
So, Snatcher wants us to figure out who's messing with him.
I think I get the logic. If Snatcher doesn't know and can't accurately say who the killer is, then they'd have to just pick someone to be the Black End. And if he's wrong, the true killer can say they did it and explain themselves. It's like a Batman's gambit. If Snatcher keeps trying to cover it up or evade the issue, like he usually does, he'd look more suspicious until he can't hide it anymore and the whole situation explodes on him.
I decided to have Grooves say this because not only does Grooves have the least amount of screen time so far in his own version of the trial, but also this is a writing trope, and him being a director, that sounds like something he would probably be the most likely to know about.
And plus, Grooves is slightly getting along with it all now, as well.
Yeah. Shoot. They saw right through it.
I see. So they were banking on me acting in a certain way. What? Were you expecting me to be shocked and defenseless or something? Ha! Too bad, whoever you are.
They're ruining it. Okay. Calm. You'll figure something out.
I don't know who you are, You've got my respect. What was that?
Snatcher doesn't know, so how would any of you?
Fine. I admit it. I don't actually know what's happening here. So what? You're all staying here until I get my answer. Or until I say screw it, just kill them all.
We finally have someone brave enough to kill your minion and go after you next, and it's up to us to weed them out so they can die? What kind of sick joke is this?
It's our only option.
Great. But where do we even start?
There must have been things out of place, right?
Alright, so this is a song from Digimon, Cyber Sleuth, and Hacker's Memory. And the reason I chose this song for a Danganronpa trial is because it's made by the same composer.
Perhaps there was something else odd about the crime scene? Anybody visit the gift shop lately?
Need help? Okay, something suspicious is related to each of these areas. But only one of them is the answer. Out of the options, what's the most suspicious? Or perhaps, which is more likely to be related to a murder? You remember what the purpose of each of these rooms is, right? That's the best I've got. Hope that helps.
Oh, Monica, we love you so much.
Okay, things out of place. Perhaps there was something else odd about the crime scene?
Come on, get in the groove. Grooves? Maybe in my head that sounded weird.
Things out of place. Perhaps there was something else odd about the crime scene? Anybody visit the gift shop lately? Better supplies anyway.
There were a lot of random items in the gift shop, and I mean a lot.
It definitely looked like someone was desperate to get something from it. What? You don't know.
I think they were trying to get something to pull off the murder, but if they weren't trying to kill him with normal injuries, why bother? There is nothing there that you could use for an exorcism that the building doesn't already have. He's got a point. It had a lot of normal tools for murder, but I don't think it had anything that would be useful for this case. And firewood's not hard to come by around here.
You're not sure why this place has firewood in the rec room. There isn't anything there that uses it.
I'm not getting wood chips all over the floor of my room when I finally have free time to read.
That explains that then, you guess.
This definitely sounds relevant, but I don't know how.
You don't get it either.
Maybe they didn't get what they wanted and had to improvise?
Definitely possible. Not satisfying, but it's possible.
That is definitely not a satisfying answer, but we won't get anywhere with it, so I guess we'll have to try something else.
Who the heck would know that there's a blind spot there anyway?
That's a good question. Who would have known Snatch's visibility there is non-existent?
I think I know.
You do?
Darling, do you remember a couple weeks ago?
Yeah. You walked in on me in the subconite in the shower because you were so out of it.
Please don't mention the contracts.
You and the minion were showering at the exact same time?
Why is it that we can't go one killing game without all the ships sinking?
So do the little girls, and you don't hear anyone saying anything about that.
Alright, then we just saw 3 boats of Danganronpa ships all burning, crashing and burning. Well, that's different.
How is that different?
That's not the point I was getting at. Nomad, what were you and my minion doing?
I mean, I think I remember in the original version of the script there was an awkward silence before Snatcher said, "I don't mean it like that either." What were you and my minion doing alone in the shower? That's not what I meant, you perverts. That's the basic direction of where that was going. Awkward silence, let's move on, I suppose.
Let's move on.
Alright, the Nomad glares very angrily at Cruz and tries mouthing, "You promise not to say anything," but their mouth is under giant clothes that cover almost their whole body, so he can't see that. But he kinda gets the message anyway. Promised not to speak of that, didn't I? Well, crap.
You were in the sauna with the minion? It's more like we were in there at around the same time. It's not like we went in there together at the exact same moment. Well, I haven't really seen them near the minion much since Trial 3 happened, but I'm not seeing everything they do, so...
I don't think anyone can confirm something like that besides Snatcher.
I honestly can't tell. Monitoring multiple people in the building at once isn't exactly easy. And even then, my minion spent almost all of his time in the spa. But Groove seems to think it was the Nomad. Further thoughts, Grooves? Be honest.
What do you want to do?
Need help? Okay.
Say again.
Which debate?
What do you want to do, Grooves?
Remember, this is a lie segment, so Grooves has to tell a lie for a particular reason, and it's a lie that would probably only make sense for him to say. What might Grooves know that could be used in the context of this situation? Don't worry, he'll get it. Good luck!
So, you were in the sauna with the minion? It's more like we were in there at around the same time. Into the truth.
Coming through. There's not really anything interesting that happened. They didn't even come in at the same time. It was just a coincidence.
Alright, so I should probably explain that. First of all, that's an actual Simpsons couch gag where the couch is used as a printer. But, say again.
Right.
But also, it's not explained properly as to where all... Like, we already know where Monica and her group is. They're in zombie-infested America. We know where Komaru and her group is. They're in Subcon Forest. The third group is supposed to be stated somewhere that they're in TV land. So that joke is supposed to be saying they're in TV land. And I feel like that didn't convey it super great, but oh well, whatever.
Yeah, maybe not the best.
Oh well, what can you do? It at least looked a bit funny. With Trial 6, I feel like a lot of the jokes just weren't landing as well as they could have. But when you're working on a mod series like this for like 3 years straight, or however long it was, you get tired of talking about Hat in Time all the time. And you start to go a little bit nuts.
Then why'd you say, "I think I know who knew about the blind spot"?
I said I think for a reason. The moment was such a blur. I didn't remember the details right.
I guess that's the testimony I get from someone extremely traumatized. Great. I thought we had a lead.
I don't know what those two planned, but I'm choosing to trust you two. Don't make me regret this. Grooves has been in this depressed sprite for how long now?
Too long.
Yeah.
So, what next? Better hurry before it's too late.
You ask Snatcher if there were any other options available that would kill a minion.
There is one option. I don't know how they'd pull it off, and it wouldn't explain the lack of dweller part. Minions of mine get their bodies via contract. And if the contract is null and void, like if that bonfire was used to burn it, for example, the body would automatically reject the dweller inside once the contract is ruined.
Oh yeah, that is how that works. The Forgotten Children brought that up too. Or at least it specified that they signed contracts to get the bodies anyway.
Dweller going missing wouldn't make this a perfect fit. Unless, Snatcher, I think your minion backstabbed you.
He did?
That would make sense. If the minion was the one to do this, it would explain why they could grab the contract without Snatcher knowing. He'd have access to those areas, and know when he plans on doing something.
Well played indeed. No wonder he hung out in the spa all the time. He's been trying to screw me over for a while. But that doesn't explain something. He didn't have his contract on his person.
He must have hidden the contract somewhere in the spa den all this time. And wherever he hid the contract, he's hiding there right now.
Not what I was gonna say, but that's an option too. It'd be hard to believe anyone be dumb enough to act as their accomplice.
This isn't looking good for you, darling. I think what was supposed to be implied here is that the minute Snatcher says no one will be stupid enough to be the minion's accomplice, that's when everyone would have clued in that the Nomad has something to do with this.
So, where could he be hiding?
The TV says the correct answer, but let's see what Drain and Doll say. Nope. If the metal covering was removed, it'd be noticeable and in your evidence.
So...
Nope, the Dweller would have to be very still for that.
So...
Correct.
Wasn't there a TV in there? Perhaps they're hiding inside of it. TVs can be open and hidden in, right?
Should be, yeah. How else would you get to the circuits?
I'll be right back.
Snatcher leaves. You immediately accuse the Nomad.
Darling, I have no idea what you're planning, but it better be good.
I'm impressed that you have the goal to try dealing with Snatcher like this. Okay, we don't have much time.
The Dweller pops out from under the Nomad's giant hood thing. So that's where he's hiding.
No time. Here.
The Nomad and Minion rush to give them each a blue-colored spray can. Blue spray paint? Makes sense, it's Snatcher's biggest weakness.
Take these in your pockets, people.
The Minion goes back into hiding and everyone hides their spray cans.
There's something else in them.
And what was that? Snatcher's back.
Hey, darling.
Discussing something while I'm gone? Plotting something against me?
Wasn't the Dweller in the TV set?
No, they were not.
An extra ingredient to the blue spray paint. Huh. No, but a pepper spray bottle that shoots fire probably would make Mustache Girl very happy. Wrong route. The red-coated knife is evidence for something. Wait, the red-coated knife is from the C route, isn't it? Missing peppers. Homemade pepper spray mixed with blue paint. Nice thinking. That might actually work. You have no idea what to expect at this point, but at least you've got something to work with.
Alright, for now my theory. One of you is an accomplice to my minion. I don't know how you managed to keep the contract hidden from me, but it won't help you now.
Is that what those body searches were for?
Of course, moron! Why else would I do that?
Just a sudden explosion. Like, not even subtle anymore.
Yep.
If you fess up now, I promise not to murder your friends.
We have friends.
You're more of a partner against crime, but close enough. I doubt the accomplice would reveal themselves now, though.
The accomplice or minion burned the contract, right?
Hey, Gru's finally changed his expression.
No crap, and I don't know where, so I can punish him. Who hid the contract?
Can you give me more of a hint? You can't really think of anything.
Maybe they did hide it on their person somewhere.
We checked everywhere.
That was this was the exact sense where he said, "Oh, okay. Hey, Monica, what do you have to say about this?" Because you knew it was the.
Monica.
I originally had the conversation go in a bit of a different direction, but I don't remember what direction it was exactly. It was definitely in a case of them having to awkwardly bring up the fact that the body search was in relation to the crotch region.
Looks like the Nomad's in a situation, huh? There's one way out of it, it seems. This is the last debate, so try something that'll really throw Snatcher for a loop. You got this. See you next month.
If you fess up now, I promise not to murder your friends.
partner against crime, but meh, close enough. I doubt the accomplice would reveal themselves now, though.
The accomplice or minion burned the contract, right? Surely the dweller is hiding somewhere.
No crap! And I don't know where, so I can punish him. Who hid the contract?
Maybe they did hide it on their person somewhere.
We checked everywhere.
There is one place they could have hidden it.
Oh yeah? Where?
Well, if someone hid it somewhere on their person under their clothes, they'd probably have a rash or paper cuts in the area it was hidden, right? I doubt paper on flesh would be comfortable no matter the position.
Yeah, but there aren't any paper cuts on anybody. My eyes! It burns! It burns!
The nomad just flashes Snatcher. Like, oh god, my eyes.
Not in front of the children, darling.
You are very glad you cannot see well from across the room.
You should probably get that checked out.
The nomad pulls their hood back enough for the dweller to slither out easily, and they both start spraying.
Oh god, the pain!
What are you all waiting for? A letter from the Queen? Get over here.
You! Where are you? You piece of...
I wonder if the blindness will be permanent. Go all out until he is. I don't know if that's how it'll work, but okay.
You'd prefer something more epic, but... Say again?
Oh, Snatcher. No
Cool.
one likes you.
I mean, there's a good reason that they don't. You'd prefer something more epic, but practical works too.
Had this coming a long time, darling.
I can't see. Where? What's happening?
If I didn't completely hate you, I'd pity you right now. If even Pushover McDishrag here hates you. Do you want me to pepper spray you too? I have a personality and feelings, you know.
I have a personality! I love that comment. I have a personality!
I have a personality and feelings. Stop calling me a boring dish rag with no personality. It's rude. The joke of the nomad is just one of the funnier bits.
I definitely didn't give you enough credit. No, you didn't. I'm passive, not a pushover.
Well, boss? No. Snatcher. You've lost.
And? Just what are you going to do to me? You can't kill me. You can't trap me. Are you just gonna leave me here?
I'm staying here with you. You're not going anywhere.
Stop it already!
You guys go on ahead. I'll stay here.
Let's get out of here.
That was eventful.
Very much so. But at least the worst is behind us.
The elevator suddenly stops.
Or
I
not.
love how you had to keep speaking.
Say again?
I love how she had to keep speaking.
Why does the world hate me?
I think of these four characters, I had to put DJ Grooves into Blender to make a custom animation for him, specifically because his only idle animation was the dancing one. He does not have a normal idle animation.
Yeah, no, that makes sense given what he's like.
Yeah.
It's not something you usually realize until it's pointed out, is it?
Yeah. It definitely made it awkward when I was trying to have him stand in these cutscenes, and then it's like, well, he's not supposed to be dancing, he's in a depressive mood. But all of his idle animations involve dancing. Anyways.
I don't want any of you looking anywhere I don't want you to. So hurry on up the ladder.
You're wearing a skirt too.
I definitely don't need to see that. Don't take too long to decide. I don't trust the elevator. Good point. I'll go next since I'm wearing pants and I don't have to stare at your butt the whole way up.
You are okay with this.
What was... Snatcher is history! Wait! What about...
Well, it's falling apart. We gotta move.
Bruce, move faster!
These shoes are not meant for ladders, darling.
Ugh, why did I let you go first?
Okay, I know this is a bad time, but I gotta make this joke.
Right, you probably don't get the joke. Should I explain it?
Yeah.
In Metal Gear Solid 3, Snake Eater, one of the scenes that you have to go through is a really, really long-ass ladder climb. And during that part, it plays the main theme of the game, Snake Eater. Which, that's the joke, is because they're climbing up a long-ass ladder. So someone starts playing the Snake Eater theme just to be a dick.
Fair.
Alright, they are now at the elevator.
That was scary.
Good thing the blueness is slower than dirt, otherwise you'd have all died by now.
Darling, cram it.
Can we please stop hitting each other for 5 minutes today? We have bigger issues right now.
Yeah, the group isn't quite as close in this string of events by comparison to the other one, huh?
No, not even remotely.
They're right. We have a crisis on our hands right now. That void will devour us eventually. So we need to figure out how to get out of here.
And just to 100% confirm this for everyone, Snatcher. Snatcher is dead. He fell into the void and couldn't fly away from it, or even see it in the first place.
I figured, but the confirmation is nice to hear. We need an evacuation plan. ASAP. Anyone got anything?
We could open the front door using something from Snatcher's control room.
It's not gonna help. All you'll see out there is the collapsing time rift we're all stuck in.
Well, that definitely makes sense.
Okay. How do we escape a collapsing rift?
Same as a normal rift. Find the timepiece that caused it.
That's how you and Hackett got out. One of you finds it, and everyone stuck inside usually comes out at once. Though this isn't the same situation, since the rift is collapsing. So it's treated like Bo-Kid has been in time rifts, but not collapsing time rifts. Because she was pretty much stated to not have been able to participate in Death Wish contracts. That was a Hackett exclusive thing.
Let's check Snatcher's room first.
I think you pointed out that there was a mistake here since the minion is up down there at the bottom left with their body when they shouldn't be. That was an error.
Yeah.
No need time.
At least you finally got yours back now.
Got this far. We can't give up now. It's practically the home stretch. Is there anything that looks different from normal?
Well, this giant screen TV wasn't active before, but I never really had enough time to be thorough in here.
Channel Z?
Sounds important. Anyone know what this is?
I feel like I heard this before somewhere.
Because he's the TV expert. You think you heard someone mumble about it at some point, but you can't remember where or who. Editor's note, it was mentioned in Trial 3's white noise.
Should we press the big green button?
We don't have many options.
The Nomad hesitantly steps on the giant green button, and they get sucked into TV. The Dweller falls after.
Should we follow them?
You're gonna regardless. You're sick of this building anyway, and it's not gonna last long with the blue void closing in.
Agreed. Charge!
What do I have to lose?
And now they're in Channel Z.
Weren't we here before?
Looks like the ground from Trial 3.
More intruders enter my domain.
Ew, that was a weird feeling.
You're not used to your body stretching like that.
Anyone else? Is that all of you?
Oh, great. Now what?
A voice like that can only mean one thing. We found the mastermind that trumps even the Snatcher.
No, I am not affiliated with that inflatable tube man you call a mastermind.
Inflatable tube man.
In my domain. Of course I know. My only question is this. Why have you come to Channel Z's core?
Wait, hold on. We've been in TV land this whole time?
You're in TV? Awesome! You want to go invade some cartoons and ruin the self-insert fanfic style?
I have no idea what's going on right now. Can we just go home?
You don't plan on getting in my way or anything?
That depends. Are you planning world domination?
Not at the moment.
What kind of answer is that?
Look, I've already got another village running the Jingo in the immediate adventure right now. Keeping her from taking over is taking up almost everything I have, up to the point where cooperating with Gex sounds pleasant by comparison. If I give you directions out, will you just leave?
But thwarting evil is my whole thing.
Then thwart Junko and not me. I can't take much more of that.
Wait, what's going on right now?
Houston, we've got a lot of problems.
There's Junkos everywhere.
Oh.
I love how one of the Junkos is just over there on the right, just bashing against a wall repeatedly. Do you see it?
Yeah, I see it.
So the way that it's animated is supposed to imply that there's Junkos coming out of the blue gate as if they're multiplying. I think this goes... What?
Hmm? This is just... How long do you think this goes on for?
About 4 minutes.
4 minutes?
There's one quote in here that I remember that was really random and out of place that Grimbork wound up saying, and the reason they said it was because I said they can make up whatever they want, and when they say it, I'll bring it up. Corn puffs. Did you hear that? You heard that, right?
Is anyone else getting bored of this game?
That was the one you thought was funny?
What, was there a different line?
Yes, Junko said corn puffs out of nowhere. It's like, corn puffs! She just says it out of nowhere. Completely unrelated to everything else. I told Grimbork that they could do whatever they wanted for Junko's lines and rant here, and in the example I said that Grimbork could say, despair will destroy reality itself, or despair for everybody, or corn puffs. I don't care, just do whatever. And Grimbork actually said corn puffs as one of the lines.
You know what? Credit to her. Who wrote this script?
Who wrote this? Who wrote this script? I'm not saying peck is a swear. That's stupid. I need to record this again because I don't have the recording anymore. I need to record this in my free time again, just so I can have it on hand.
I'm just gonna slowly walk away from this situation.
Yep.
About those directions?
You're most familiar with?
Picture perfect from Dead Bird Studios.
Okay, head to the rocket channel. Look for the TV that says Picture Perfect. Go in there, then exit through the TV in the space station. Don't take the TV in the crater. You will get lost. Also, you might need to bring oxygen.
Alright, so that makes sense if you know what I'm talking about, but actually, fuck it, you don't care. Moving on.
No, go on. What was it?
Alright, so it's a Gex reference. The rocket channel is from Gex 2, and in Gex 2 and 3 and 1 actually, all of the levels tend to be like parody names that are really stupid. Like, one of the horror levels is called Thursday the 12th, or Frankensteinfeld, or Texas Chainsaw Manicure. So, in regards to that information, the Picture Perfect level from Hat in Time, if we were to come up with a parody name for it, Picture Perfect would be a good substitution. That was the logic of where that was going.
Fair enough.
If you see any Jankos on the way, do me and TV a favor by killing them.
That's my specialty.
Quite some time later.
Oh, are we there yet?
My moon studio! We're finally free from the grasp of the rift.
You kind of want to go back to space and TV land.
Can we go to a Christmas-themed channel next time? So I could beat the tower out of Santa for his incessant breaking and entering?
That and the no rocket launcher thing. Which was actually brought up in the C route of Trial 5, not the G route.
That too, but that reason is a lot more petty.
How about we just relax for a week and get our bearings straight first? Then we can ruin Christmas.
Hooray! We're gonna
Then we
ruin
can ruin
Christmas!
Yay, we're gonna ruin Christmas for everybody. That is not something they should be saying out loud, considering how much everybody loves Christmas. Crystal Claus would be disappointed in me. You should try getting in touch with that kid. What was her phone number?
Don't worry, darling. I have it written down somewhere. Probably back at the office.
Yeah, how did Grooves and or Conductor get access to Hackett's phone number? Like, they called her spaceship phone number. When you get to the movie studio part and you have a Deadbird winner, and whoever the loser is winds up calling you, like, how did they get your number?
That feels like a very valid question.
It's cartoon, so we don't really question all that much. It's like that time when Coco wound up destroying the planet. We don't question it. I'm joking, but you get what I mean. There's so much weird crap. There's so much weird crap that Coco Bandicoot did that you, even as a joke, you know what I mean.
So, what are we all going to do now that we're free? Well, I need to get back to Mafia Town ASAP. I need to check if everything there is okay or not after the Mafia boss died.
You want to help with the Yakuza?
I'm probably gonna take a vacation. I was gonna before, but Conductor booked a cruise around the time on the same boat I was going to, and I just wanted to avoid that headache.
The boat sank too, so lucky him.
Seriously.
No way I'm going home after this. Subcon is... It hurts to go back. Hey, can I room with you?
I don't mind, but life in the Alps isn't very eventful.
That sounds perfect to me. Subcon is too eventful.
In that case, sure. Alright, I guess we'll head to Deadbird so Hatty can give us a ride to where we need to go.
You're back from the crossover. That was exhaustingly fun. Hey, Hackhead's back from the non-existent crossover episode I didn't make where she's with Komaru killing everything. Because I'm not doing that right now, and I probably never will, actually. So you got invited to a crossover and didn't invite you? You're so jealous right now. Hey, she made it out of the killing game. Out of curiosity, did everyone else make it?
Everyone but Snatcher.
Grooves already went back to the moon, and you already dropped the Dweller and Nomad off in the now sandy Alps. You should probably explain what happened.
We got caught up. Don't worry. We know that timelines have been merging now.
Well, they aren't anymore. You just fixed them with some alternate timeline people, Japanese schoolgirls, fantasy characters, and Cactus Wife.
Oh, I never get invited to anything fun.
And Cactus Wife.
We skipped it, but Wambus and Triffany were there. For at least a few seconds. It's so, when I say Cactus Wife, I don't mean Marge. I do not mean God. I'm talking about Wambus.
I don't mean God, I mean Cactus Wife.
I mean Cactus Wife can also apply to Marge, which is why I feel like I have to specify. Alright, anyways.
I guess the world's already been saved, So now all that's left is to permanently incapacitate the Mafia and Yakuza forever.
That's biting off more than she can chew. You really don't recommend this. She's, in over her head.
In over my head?
Way in over her head.
Well, I don't know about you two, but I'm pretty bored. What do we do?
You have a TV with a game console right over there.
I vote we play Mortal Kombat.
You're not old enough to play that. She would play any M-rated game out there with extreme brutality. Let's be honest, that's just Mustache Girl.
Yeah, that is just Mustache Girl.
Doom? Resident Evil with dinosaurs?
Can she just look at through your games first? Alright, so we have Spyro 1, Crash Team Racing, PS1 Frogger.
Ugh, there better be something good in here.
You got a lot of new and interesting ones from all over the...
The heck is Pepsi Man?
That's not even what the disc of Pepsi Man looks like on PS1. That's just the funniest image I could find.
Pepsi Man!
You got that while you were in Japan. You're gonna need to figure out how to get around the region lock to play that.
Frogger sound good?
Sure, why not? Sometimes you just can't beat a classic. Main plot complete! No way you could have done.
Congratulations!
Alright, so... Alright, so let's see which one of these I remember actually being interesting. Our pro-tags reunite. You want to go with Hack It on Adventures. This plan's kind of boring now that you've seen all it has to offer. You have no issue with her joining you. Sounds like fun. Yay, you want to go see all the different planets you went on that crossover trip. There's a lot to choose from. Gaia, Earth, Poketaru, Palavin, Heartland, Gasmoxia, Avalar, and so forth. Do you know what half of those are?
Nope.
Gaia and Earth are basically two different names for each other, and depending on what universe we're talking about, sometimes they call Gaia Earth. Poketaru is for Ratchet and Clank. That's the vacation resort beach planet for Ratchet and Clank 1, where you get the O2.
Ah, yes. I remember that one.
Palavin is the Turian home planet.
I should have known that one.
Heartland is from Princess Remedy in a World of Hurt, which I'm assuming you haven't played because that's an indie game and you probably haven't played it.
No, I haven't played that one.
Gasmoxia is from Crash Bandicoot. That's where nitrous oxide comes from.
Okay.
Avalar is the land of Spyro 2, where Spyro first meets Alora, the Professor, and Hunter for the first time.
Okay.
Do you play Spyro?
I think I played the one on the Game Boy.
Okay, so you don't play Spyro. I thought you did for some reason. Might have been some... Maybe it's just because we're both of a similar age. I thought you and I grew up with a lot of the same stuff. Did you grow up with games like Crash Bandicoot or other platformers of the genre at the time?
I was mostly Jak and Daxter, Ratchet and Clank, and Sly Cooper.
I mean, basically the same thing. It's just different console generation.
And then the moment I got a hold of Disgaea, I loved that to bits.
Because I know that from our conversations, I know you like a lot of platformers and a lot of RPGs. Those are also my two favorite genres. So I guess I made an assumption. What is your favorite genres? Am I actually correct when I say that RPGs are your favorite?
Honestly, I'd probably say strategy is my favorite.
Honestly, RPG and strategy do have a lot of overlap.
Yes, they do.
Right. Anyways. Which one was the most fun or takes least fuel? Most fun is Poketaru because it's a resort plant, but Gaia is closest. You want to go swimming? Setting a course for Poketaru. Eventually, you gotta wait for Timmy. Vacation! 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 Let me try that again. Vacation! 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 That sounded better. Hag and Bokid achieved C support. Some people who play this question exactly how the support ranks work because they feel like some characters should have higher ranks than others. It's based on how many conversations they've had in the support menu. This is their first one, so they get C. Unless it's a joke support like the Seal, where they get F supports. Cat and the Seal, this should be good.
Well, the building's on fire. Again. I don't know how you managed to set water on fire. But whatever, I guess.
King Cat proceeds to use the fire extinguisher.
I'm sorry. Seriously? Pick a different career. This clearly isn't working. But I'm trying so hard. Look, there's only so much property damage you can cause before the cops get involved. I'm sorry. Was I messing up that bad? Yes. You're really lucky Mafia Town doesn't have cops. Otherwise...
Officers! On the job!
Entirely deserved.
This is one of the few times where you say that the Marge joke is valid. I say that the most valid time we used the Marge joke is when I made her kick the crap out of Kai Lang for no reason. Anyway.
I need a coffee break.
Cooking Cat and Marge have achieved A+ support. Alright, so... this one's only funny just because we get to see what Mustache Girl Sprite wound up turning out.
Please don't hurt Mafia. Where's your boss?
I mean, let's be honest, that is a very, interesting sprite I made for her.
Yes. Yes, it is.
So the funny thing is that, see, the character sprites, I already told you about the Fire Emblem thing, right?
Yep.
Mustache Girl sprite was, the trace job was of King Garen, who is the main villain of Fire Emblem Fates. Mustache Girl is the main villain of Hat in Time.
Fair enough.
So, how's the rash?
The doctor says I need to avoid moving the area for a while to let it heal, amongst other things.
Is it healing?
Slowly, but yes.
That's good to hear.
Are the other dwellers around here talking?
Yeah, it's weird too. They said it just kinda happened.
Now you don't need to worry about communication being an issue.
Yeah. What do we do now?
I'm laying in bed until that heals.
Okay, I'll stay here in case you need me.
Thanks. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I remember someone said that they should at least be A or S support, but it's like, this is their first support conversation, so they get C.
Have to obey the general logic of the support system.
Yep. Ka and Sam, that one was funny.
Once again, I'm on the hunt for the Mafia.
Greetings, fellow detective. I would like to ask where you got your formal education in detective work. Because I'm ready to say you got it from a box of cereal.
Where'd you get your license, a cereal box?
Unboxing this mystery will require a lot of care. I must be cautious in my investigation.
You're in Mafia HQ, and these guys are idiots. You're making us detectives look bad.
Shh! Like the delicate creation of the finest pizza in the...
Excuse me, officer. Can you beat some sense into this idiot?
I knew that was coming.
Alright. I feel better now.
God and Marge have A+ support now.
More and Marge.
Alright, so... the director and the badge seller. I think I remember that one being funny.
I'm looking for a badge that can add some pizzazz to my next movie.
Anything specific?
Something to add some flair to my dancing. Something on the opposite end of stressful would be nice.
So, you require the Peaceful Badge. It's an uncommon badge, but it sounds like what you desire.
Peaceful badge?
I had to make a deal to get this myself. So, to be fair, 250 pawns isn't the cheapest price available. But I recommend it over the Metro, where it's available for 200.
I'll just buy it from you then. I've heard nothing but bad stuff about the Metro.
250 pawns, please.
Gruz buys the badge.
Thank you for your business. Any other badges?
Maybe later. I want to try my new badge first.
Gruz and the badge so that I have achieved C support. Also, I could have included another march kicking people joke, but comparing the peaceful badge to drugs is too easy and I've already used march kicking people about 5 times. So far, I think we've only seen it twice. We're about to see it the 3rd time. How will our backers fare against their greatest adversary yet? And this time it's not Death Wish.
I can't believe it's over.
Yeah, that subcon thing was pretty wild, huh?
No, not that. It's over. The series is ended.
Oh, you mean Trigger Hatty Havoc, huh? Yeah, I'm kinda... It's bittersweet, you know?
Now that's over, we'll have to just hope we get some major roles and personality in other people's mods.
It's possible, but I'm not sure if it'll be much more than a cameo.
Will there be another season?
Sorry, I've gone as far as I can with this. I don't see myself expanding on the B-plot further in the near future either. I can probably make another fangan, which I did, CTB exists. I've been thinking of it, but it won't involve Hat in Time characters or settings. I'm not sure if anyone will want something like that as a mod series for Hat in Time. Interesting how I say this, and yet CTB still happened. I generally did think that making a crossover fangan with Hat in Time that doesn't have anything to do with Hat in Time would have been a bad thing, but, well, CTB still has good ratings, last I checked. And while it's not about a Hat in Time, even though Mustache Girl is there and has now made Carmelita her new mob. But... Ears out. Okay. But yeah, CTB... I think it's safe to say I'm a lot more proud of CTB than I am of Trigger Hatty Havoc. While Trigger Hatty Havoc definitely has a lot of good, there's also a lot of cringe in here as well. Particularly the further in you get, when things are starting to go more and more off the rails. And I know the entire reason is entirely my own blame, simply because the reason it happened was because I was getting bored and I was having more and more difficulty controlling it. You know? But at the same time, it's because of me going overboard with some of these other jokes and CTB turned out very good. And some of the jokes in here, despite how ADHD they wound up being, also turned out really good. Am I making sense?
Did. No, I get it entirely. You did well with these.
Yeah.
Did a lot of good work with these mods.
Yeah. And I'm hoping...
I'm proud of them.
I try my best to be. And in a way, I am. Sometimes I feel like I shouldn't be talking about quite so much, even though it is, like, my big crowning accomplishment. Because I feel like if I do, it comes across as narcissism. But then again, anytime I have anything that even slightly seems immodest or proud of myself, people just assume I'm being a narcissist, and it just winds up being annoying. I guess I should just ignore it when people say that, you know?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely, it's something you should just ignore. People don't know what they're talking about half the time.
Yeah. Humans are social creatures, and we want to belong, which is why it's so hard to deal with this crap, you know?
Yeah, definitely. But it's not one of those things you can always control, so...
Yep.
Oh. Well, it was fun while it lasted. Man, I didn't want to end this on a depressing note, Now I'm sad.
You want to see Marge kick things?
Pass the popcorn.
No subtlety. And the amount of relevance we took on.
Man, this series was weird.
It sure was, B. It sure was.
Backer A and Backer B have achieved A support, and they did not get A plus support with March this time. Alright, so... time for the epilogue.
After Hat Kid went on a massive galactic adventure with a bunch of random strangers and returned to the planet she lost her space fuel on, she decided to finally head home. At least for a while. Even someone as energetic as her needs to rest now and again.
Grooves was able to pick the penguin from the killing game out from the crowd. He was unofficially promoted to second in command due to being there for Grooves when things looked bleak during the game. Grooves doesn't want to show favoritism, but in this situation, it's hard not to.
The Mafia goof continued to learn about alien life to the best of his ability, but he can't stay cooped up in Hat Kid's mailroom forever, so that's on hold for now.
So the order that the characters' epilogues are happening is based on where they were in relation to the giant circle on the in the courtroom. So it starts with Hat Kid and then goes clockwise. It skips all the characters who survived because they get to their own thing at the end.
Further in science, with the dimension of
Fair
television
enough.
being new territory.
After that, it goes to the B-plot characters.
The tourists finished their vacation on the moon and went on to more scenic spots, such as scenic, lots of freaking sand.
Scenic, lots of freaking sand.
They lived a normal, twitchy life, selling badges alongside the other identical red-colored merchants that sound exactly the same. Anna from Fire Emblem sued for copyright infringement, though.
I feel like I should explain that. So, Anna from Fire Emblem... she has a million identical sisters who are all red-colored and are merchants. That's the joke.
That's different from the timeline he's used to, now that things have stabilized. Unfortunately, he had a dumpster dive to stink enough to scare away Mafia from the spaghetti restaurant to eat. He's been associated with trash cans by the general public since.
If I remember correctly, that was a reference to something from Beta as well, where one of the original missions, you had to go into a dumpster to get to stink bad enough to make the Mafia go away so you can enter.
The Mafia boss
it
continued
wasn't,
to dominate the city of
Oh, sorry, what?
The only one like that I remember is when you ran into mud to scare the Mafia goof.
I think that was in the main game. I was talking about, like, in Beta. Or an old version. I mean, like, the really, really old version, back when shit was in the game. Like, the word shit.
Fair enough.
Adventure, unimpeded for a time. Unfortunately, Mustache Girl was persistent and very violent. He had to return to his home island with the other Mafia willing to leave in tow because of Mustache Girl sending an ominous letter. She definitely did damage, but it wasn't as bad as it looked. They stayed a while due to homesickness they didn't realize they had until arriving. Red grew up in a very confusing situation. He never really got used to calling Greg or Walter his brothers. And despite all evidence pointing to the blood relation, he couldn't understand it. Unfortunately, he was now a small child in the brand new scary world, so he had very little options available. Cooking Cat got a job as a caterer for Groove's next movie, as she agreed to during the killing game. Her food garnered her a good rep from the actors, and Grooves put a good word in for her, and thus her popularity got a huge boost.
Thor returned to his workshop in Mafia Town, eventually relocating to the desert, where it was more quiet and there was more space to work. He was called to the pumpkin factory for repairs fairly often afterwards.
Tim and his friend continued to be vital in staving off time travel-related issues, though he's only one person, so some things slip through the cracks.
Adult returned to the Times End bookstore, expanding her collection before returning home. But time was always wonky, so it wouldn't be long before something happened. She tried to enjoy herself while that respite lasted.
Vanessa, half affected by the influence of a mysterious book's entity, never fully returned to her old self. She never fully recovered from the breakup either, and is definitely not happy knowing the truth of why she's been losing her mind over time. The residents that didn't fear her supported her, which helped with the problems a little.
Moonjumper! Moonjumper left Subcon for the moon to explore its mysterious, luminous wonder, never returning again. He slowly started to lose his appreciation of the moon because of how loud and not mysterious it turned out to be.
I feel like the Moonjumper thing and their obsession with the moon probably would have worked better in the older versions by comparison to the current one where there's just moon penguins everywhere.
Yeah. Yeah.
Backer B continued to go through mobs with me, also becoming her own entity in the community. Life's never dull around with her. Between the both of us, she's always been more popular.
Wait, I'm popular?
Check your unplayable.
Over 4,000 subs?
Yep.
Woo! I'm popular! Do you have a playable?
It's at 1,000 subs right now.
Okay, you need more subs than that. But also, woo! We're popular!
Okay. Let's move on. We've got to finish the epilogue.
Backer A.
I had fun writing these two.
Went on
Yeah,
the
I can
more
tell.
time mods, becoming more integrated as his own entity. His slower, more thoughtful approach balanced out the more energetic approach of Backer B, also known as me.
I wish I had faster reflexes.
And I wish I didn't die all the time.
I wish I had faster reflexes. I also wish I didn't die all the time. It's the difference between the hardcore player and the casual player. And the
The Empress expanded her jewelry business with an addition of priceless abstract paintings to be sold to the highest bidders. Those who cross her go missing, yet become the next canvas subject. Allegations of subcon painting use eventually came up. The paintings went missing before the cops could investigate this allegation.
The SEAL was arrested for gross incompetence and several accounts of first-degree arson. He actually broke out of prison the next day by slipping on a wet floor and falling out the window into a nearby pool.
Roomby lived quietly with
I have to question exactly who arrested them because the only cop on the planet at the time is Marge Simpson, and the Yakuza, and like the Metro cops that aren't a part of the
The
Yakuza.
Yakuza continued serving the Empress from behind the scenes. The Metro was practically complete Yakuza territory with their eyes all over. They had noticed that tourism was at an all-time low, though.
Yeah, I
Sam
wonder
never
why.
discovered the truth of the Mafia, despite how painfully obvious it was. He was given the nickname Detective Useless, but couldn't seem to figure out that was an insult.
I think Detective Useless was actually the nickname that Conductor gave Hat Kid on the posters for Murder on the Owl Express, but I need to check. Oh, you remember that?
It is. No, I've recently played that chapter. I can tell you it is.
Okay.
Was not just difficult, but awkward as heck. They could all still do train work, but the awkwardness was so noticeable, it was kind of physically taxing. The fish dude joined the sandworm in selling radical shirts and stuff. The hot, dry desert climate wasn't good for fish dude, though, so they cooperated long distance.
Mustache Girl was disappointed that she basically had to deal with the Mafia from scratch again, but was satisfied getting him out of town. The Yakuza are too much for her and Bo-Kid to handle. They decided it was smarter to keep out of the Metro and dissuade anyone from ever going because of it. The Nomad lived an uneventful, quiet life in the Alps that got coated in sand. Accidents involving falling off cliffs and splatting decreased, but now there's sand everywhere. The Nomad had to go see a doctor about a really awkward rash, though.
Bo-Kid decided it was best to join Hat Kid for more adventures, as she was exhausted with the current planet. She was deemed Player 2 from then on. Timmy was Player 3. Things were a lot less boring for her from then on. Grooves went back to his no-stress lifestyle almost immediately. Before he could make more movies, he wanted to take an R&R hiatus due to the Killing Game. Without Conductor's arrival, he didn't have any competition in the movie industry anymore, and kept winning gold from then on. The Minion, now a dweller, lived with the Nomad, mostly in solitude. There they met many other dwellers that escaped Subcon. Seems he wasn't the only one that hated it there. It wasn't too exciting, but they were okay with that.
Snatcher went missing for a noticeably long time before returning, more frightful than ever. Subcon was never the same.
I don't even remember what that one was about.
What about the Snatcher one?
Yeah, about the Snatcher one. It's been so long and I don't remember exactly what that was based on.
Him not being happy, I would imagine.
Anyways, Monica Ward was definitely the best of the voice actors.
She did a lot, didn't she?
She did like five voices, 3 of which were massive. No wait, 2 of which were massive. Nobody, because they're silent.
Gotta love the Nobody. Nobody played such an important part. Thank you, Nobody.
It's interesting how I found 3 different voice actors to play the 3 different conductors.
It is, actually. It's actually quite good. It's kind of nice that, being able to have a different voice actor for basically identical characters.
It's because so many people seem to like doing the conductor voice.
Just because it's like the Scottish or Irish accent.
Yeah.
People enjoy doing that. It do be a popular one.
Yeah. I actually played a game where one of the main characters has a Scottish accent. And I was thinking to myself the whole time, what do you mean my 2 best friends are Adele and Elvis? So in Bravely Default 2, Elvis is one of your party members. It's like, why is his name Elvis? I'm just thinking of rock and roll now. As you can imagine, it's hard not to make fun of that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ah yes, Elvis, my favorite JRPG protagonist. Alright, so that was Route G. Route C?
But of course.
Alright. So while we're waiting, if you ever play Hat in Time and want to play it with me in an online party, you can always ask. I would be happy to join up.
Well, I was playing it because I was playing an archipelago run, and what an archipelago is basically it takes multiple games and swaps all the collectible items between all of them.
I'm not sure if I've heard of an archipelago run. What do you mean by swapping items?
So, for example, what games were involved on that day? It was Metroid, Hat in Time, and Psychonauts. So, do you know what Metroid and Psychonauts are?
I have played Metroid on Super NES via the demo on Smash Bros. Brawl. Well, that's about as far as I know about that. Psychonauts I have heard of. I think it's that one with the kid with psychic powers with the weird body proportions.
Yes, that probably absolutely describes it.
That I know of those two, but I haven't really played those two.
Right. So, when roaming around those games, they were finding badges and pieces of yarn. Whereas I, roaming around on Hat in Time, were finding things like energy canisters and figments of imagination. Because their items are in my game, and my items are in their games.
Was that like a mod or something?
It is a big mod series involving a lot of different games. The official record of how many games on the website is about, like, between 60 and 80 supported games. And then there's a different, page, which a friend of mine found, that basically showed another 180 different games which are currently got that mod in development, but are pretty well supported. So, there is a lot of options between what you can have in a way to basically play multiple games all at once, or have a nice co-op experience with friends when you play completely different genres from each other.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever heard about this. We're gonna need to... you're gonna need to link me to something later, I guess.
Very fair.
Alright, so... I think this is the first gag... Yep, here it is. There's something amusing about Mustache Girl being the bard of that group. and Conductor being the Homer. And then we have the Nomad, who is the Marge. No, the Nomad has become God. Moving on. Alright, so we don't need to see that. We do need to see this, though.
Well, it takes forever for this place to get quiet again. Great. I wanted to take an aspirin for breakfast anyway.
Yeah, it's gonna pass the aspirin over to you since you don't have earmuffs to block it out. She pulls out an obnoxiously large bottle of aspirin. Overkill?
Yep. Okay, aside from that, I have a question to ask. Please, can it wait until the headache goes away and my ears stop feeling like they're gonna bleed? Did you sleep on the wrong side of the bed this morning? Oh, I slept face down last night.
Ooh, ouch. The Nomad closes in to whisper to both of them, though honestly that's probably not necessary.
We're taking on Snatcher soon, and we've got a plan, but we need your help. You in?
Define soon.
About 2 or 3 days. We got the idea of what to do, but not the specifics yet. Not until we can confirm with your help.
Oh, I see what that loud bird's doing now. Nice distraction.
Thanks. How about you?
You're ready to beat the heck out of... Say again?
I gotta love the difference.
Yeah.
I know. Is there actually any confirmed ages of characters in Hat in Time?
I don't think there are. From what I've tried looking up of Conductor's age, I didn't see anything. Just that he's a grandfather.
Honestly think Conductor is like the age of the crotchety old man. Whereas, you know, the likes of DJ Grooves is the new young blood who's trying to come in and take it over.
The thing is that the time rift shows that they were both roughly around the same age. The pink time rift, where you get to see the backstory for the Deadbird Studio chapter. It shows both of them watching movies at roughly the same age and then getting the key to the studio at roughly the same time.
Huh.
I always assumed that they were both elderly.
Suppose they have, like, had, what was it, 50 competitions?
Yeah.
And... Wait, no. It's 50 competitions, one competition a year. You start directing at probably about 20. Both of them are fucking old men.
Yes. I'm pretty sure they are both elderly. I mean,
that really changes things when it comes to DJ Grooves at the very least.
I mean, I've always was under the assumption that they were both, like, over 100 years old. Considering they're cartoon characters, that's not surprising to think about.
Great! That's all of us then. Our secret meeting spot is the sauna, or spa, or whatever. It's too steamy for cameras to see what's happened. Secret made-up spot, huh? I didn't take you for the more devious type. Well, yeah, that's fair.
What time?
We can't all meet at once, or Snatcher will notice, so I won't be there. Conductor will be waiting there around lunchtime. Above all else, don't act suspicious. So maybe be an hour early.
You're an actor. You got this.
I'm always suspicious.
No surprise there.
So I don't think it'd be weird. I guess. Great. Hope the meeting goes well. Yep. Okay. Are they
They're not gonna shut up, are they?
or we might want to
Hope they'll be done in less than 4 hours. Around lunchtime, 4 hours later in the sauna.
Okay, he's supposed to be here.
Okay, I need to use the restroom. I will be right back.
Fair, fair.
You hope that you didn't get stood up.
Good. I didn't screw up my throat for nothing.
How long were you yelling at him for?
Too pecking long.
So what's the plan?
Oh, yeah. I gotta explain stuff, too. Ow.
I remember in the voice direction, I asked that the voice lines be said as if his throat is hurting because of the fact that he was yelling at Snatcher for so long. This isn't gonna go well like this.
Check inside the TV. That should help.
You're assuming it's in the back?
Yep, found it. Step 1, recruit all possible help. Step 2, prepare weapons and artillery. Snatch's weakness is blue liquid, so Mustache Girl's expertise with spray paint would be advised. Looks like you guys need me. Sweet. I love coming up with attack strategies. First, we'll spray him in the eyes with that blue paint, blinding him. Then we'll...
Hold up! You're getting ahead of yourself here. Read the other steps.
Fine. Step 3, plan an attack strategy. Go over this alongside step 2. See what's available to us before making a plan in case that plan requires something we don't have. But improvising can be equally effective sometimes. Good point. Step 4, burn the contract? What?
It's a long story. The minion's contract is what it's referring to.
Oh, we're gonna kill the minion too? Awesome! One less thing to worry about.
Yeah, about that, read step 5.
Step 5, hide the dweller. Wait, what?
Dwellers are minions without bodies. They look like masked pool noodles.
So they're not gonna actually die? How's that gonna help? They'll just come back to somehow screw up everything.
We'll get there.
I'm starting to have doubts this will go well. You guys definitely need me to come up with a plan.
Step 6, pretend to investigate. Optional but recommended. Search areas where Snatcher and tampered with evidence are likely starting a problem. If you have questions, ask me, the minion, for details.
I'm sorry? What?
That's the part I was worried about.
I'm sorry, but what?
This isn't gonna be easy to explain.
This is obviously a trap he and Snatcher are making. Why do you keep falling for this crap?
Hey, it was one time, first of all. Second, he left something for the girl with the bull.
And that is...
This.
This is the timepiece Snatcher stole from you, correct? It should be. He gave the other one to Hot Loss, I heard.
I should have had... You know how in Chapter 3, when the minion shows Hackid the timepiece, I should have done that again here, and I didn't. And I don't know why. He did? You're so confused.
Doctor, are you working for those psychos?
Heck no! I want out of this stupid vlogfest! But this is our only shot before Snatcher tries something. I notice there's something missing.
Ugh, why can't it ever be as simple as good versus evil? Why is there always grey morality involved?
What even went missing?
You know how Hot Loss signed your souls away?
Oh, you heard about that.
Kid, signing yourself away should have been a red flag. Or 20.
Is this about that death wish thing she kept complaining about dying over trying to get shirts for?
Yep, that's the one. And it's the entire reason Lost Trial happened.
Somehow, the ability to run around in a queenly dress for adventures makes the sacrifice feel worth it. Oh, kid, you're such a dick.
No,
It just aggravates him so much that he starts screaming, but his throat is already so coarse and hurt from yelling at Snatcher.
Oh, for the love of God. Are you telling me that Snatcher controlling us was her fault?
Sorry. Well, based on the incessant complaining about the Mafia boss is so unfair, I can't dodge anything. The directors keep running me over with a bajillion cars, and Mustache Girl keeps shield spamming. It checks out. None of that made sense to you, because Snatcher says Death Wish can't be co-opted, but... yeah, those were my problems dealing with those boss fights. The only part of the director boss fight I had was if they wind up throwing cars at you, it forces you to the center. And that means that sometimes I just can't avoid being hit. But... and with the Mafia boss, because they throw so many sandbags and energy bolts at you that have random patterns, it doesn't feel like my skill is really the factor as to whether or not I survive or even get a chance to hit the Mafia boss in the first place. As for Mustache Girl's shield spamming, once you knock down her shield, you have very few opportunities to actually hit her before she puts it back up. It heavily depends on the RNG, though, as to whether or not she continues attacking or puts the shield back up. But for my luck, it tends to be shield spam.
Is this garbage actually true?
I'm not sure if I said this, but Death Wish is genuinely hated by people who are actually professionals at video games. Like, people who have played Celeste and Hollow Knight. Those games are actually freaking difficult. Even people who play those games do not like Death Wish because of how RNG a lot of this crap is.
Yeah, no, don't blame him. I was not a fan of Death Wish either.
Yeah.
Allow me to answer that with a question. Did you, without explanation, feel less empty around dinner time shortly after the last trial? Those contracts got burnt, so our souls returned to us.
You know, thinking on it, wouldn't Snatcher have noticed the souls returning to the body, considering that that tends to be very, very, very physically visible? Let's just ignore that.
It kind of depends how he keeps the souls. Like, if he keeps the souls by, you know, having them on their person, he would notice. If he keeps them by, you know, them just being in the piece of paper, then probably not so much. But it also kind of also depends on whether, you know, he was actually looking at the time in terms of, you know, reference to...
yeah.
What am I call it?
Yeah.
That's accurate.
I don't blame you for not trusting the minion. I'm still keeping my eye out for him. But we can't keep this up forever. Snatcher's gonna just kill us all sooner or later.
He's gonna keep his non-existent eye out for him.
Good point.
So, wait, you're gonna have to cooperate with the minion? The same one that got a hack kid executed? You're not gonna like this, but it's not like you have a lot of options.
There should be more steps.
Step 7, expose Snatcher's manipulations. I didn't really do a great job cleaning up his evidence.
Snatcher's been really sketchy since everything started. You still don't know why he was in the kitchen witnessing the murder instead of doing that with the cameras.
I heard he's been trying to kill Hot Lass from the start, and his first plan was to use the Death Wish contracts.
The Mafia boss was in the kitchen and somehow wormed their way in despite constantly being kicked out by Cooking Cat. And with the contracts being able to control people, that means...
Snatcher wanted the Mafia boss in the kitchen.
Apparently, that was step 1 of his plan, and he never got around to luring Hot Lass there and sealing all possible exits until one of them was dead. Because Timmy was still in there and nobody noticed, then flopped on top of the stupid jar.
He's mute even by your standards. Of course nobody heard him coming.
Because he never got that far, there's not much evidence for it.
Hey, question. That lab explosion that nearly splattered the owl, did we ever discuss exactly why the machine blew up?
Exploding plant monster.
Oh yeah, why did it become active and blow up?
We don't know.
Trials 1, 3, and 5 are confirmed to be Reagan. 4 is uncertain. What about 2?
Trial 2 seems to be the only one we can confirm Snatcher didn't have a direct, non-motive related involvement in. You can thank the minion for this info later.
The longer I have to deal with this garbage, the more I want to pelt him with a brick, Home Alone style.
That's pretty tame compared.
Or I start setting him on fire with a flamethrower until he begs for mercy, then blow him to smithereens with TNT, before selling his ectoplasm for pocket money. Oh,
That's
and
more
we'll pour
reasonable.
salt all over the wounds until he cries. That'll show him not to mess with us ever again.
I'm just imagining if Mustache Girl was in Home Alone, instead of pelting someone with a brick, she'd just get a rocket launcher that just shoots machine gun fire bricks at everything.
Huh.
I know I said that wrong, but you get what I mean.
Yeah, that's a concept and a half.
I said that wrong because machine gun plus rockets, but you get what I mean. She probably would do something over the top and extreme. That's better. It's weird when she's not sounding extremely violent.
Well, if I need someone to play the part of a murderer in a slasher film, I know who to call.
You ask to not be the murder victim in that movie. Also, you're all sidetracking really bad right now. Step 8. Attack once his morale is down. None of us want to die. To limit this, we should attack during an advantage where he's reeling for something. It would be preferable if he was close enough to whoever can instantly incapacitate him. If that can be any of us, find out how.
Let's see. Bodily harm isn't the fastest make him not a threatening more option. Not unless it's an insta-kill. So, it would have to be... tying him up, blinding him, or an insta-kill. I don't think that last one is an option available to us. Even though that'd be my pick. But whatever, I digress. Tying would be hard since he'd have time to resist, and might just blast his way free anyway.
His teleporting doesn't help.
Burning him is the way to go. Then we kick him until he dies.
That's step 9.
Step 9. Kill him fast. He's undead, so conventional methods are not gonna cut it.
What are we supposed to do then? Knock him out repeatedly until this whole thing blows over? That sounds like a bad idea.
But still thinking of options. If we had an exorcist, that'd be easy.
Right.
It'd be nice if you could just chuck him out of the building or something.
Or if we threw him into something that can make him stay down.
Okay, that's the rough idea of the plan. Anything you want to add?
They toss ideas around for a bit and alter the plan accordingly. And some of those details the player is not wary of until later when they actually become relevant, such as the voice recording. But we'll go over that later. Next day in the library.
Okay, let's see. Rulebooks 1, 2, and V3.
Okay, so... I get why the storybooks from the time rifts are here. But why are there killing game rulebooks exactly?
Huh?
We're in a time rift, so those books make sense. So what's the explanation for those?
I didn't think about that.
Well, there must be an explanation. It can't have come from nowhere, right?
The nomad pulls out another book.
Find another one?
No, just continuing from part 1 of the part 2 set. It's really interesting. You should watch it.
Sure, I'll watch a book.
I thought it was weird at first too, but almost every book here is like that. So I thought it was enchanted or something.
Yay, reading it is now watching movies. I'm not hearing you at all. Are you still there?
Yeah, no, I'm still here.
Okay.
No. That should definitely not be happening. Let me see.
Do you not want to go to the prom with me? If you don't want to go, just tell me. I'll understand.
Oh, what a relief! Because I don't.
What? Why? I don't believe this. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it.
Velma, stop breaking the cemetery.
Yay, Velma kicked down tombstones. Velma flat out kicked down at least 2 tombstones just because Shaggy didn't want to go to prom with her. Like, wow. Why are we making jokes about Shaggy being the overpowered one? I actually don't answer that. I already know why.
I was gonna say, I already
know the origins of Ultra Instinct Shaggy is because of that one movie where he wound up kicking everyone's ass. But, even still, Velma's the one who consistently carries 3 other people and a Great Dane and then runs off screen. Velma's ripped, I think. Also, let's be honest, the joke that we should be making about Shaggy is where he got that nickname from, because let's be honest here, he's gotten that name of Shaggy from because he's got more dates than anyone else in the series as a whole. How many girlfriends has he had?
At least a couple.
Yeah, I think we all know that Norville Rogers got the nickname Shaggy and Super Shag for a very different reason than his hair.
Oh, god damn it.
I take it you didn't know where I was going with the Shaggy thing until I said the word shag out loud.
No, I wasn't. That's on me.
Which is interesting, because shag is a British term.
I know it is. I know it is.
How many women has he shagged at this point? I think there is that Googie girl from Reluctant Werewolf. There's Velma in Mystery Incorporated. I think he made out with Daphne at one point. There was Velma's cousin from one of the movies, I think, that was interested in him. There's that alien girl from that one VHS movie about the aliens that came out around the same time as the Witch movie and the Cyber Chase and Zombie Island. You know which one I'm talking about?
I believe so, yeah.
Like, how many women has Shaggy had romantically interested in him?
Quite a few, honestly.
Which is interesting considering he's lazy and unattractive. You'd think that you think it'd be Fred that would attract all of the ladies. Because he's the hot one.
I mean, you say unattractive, but that's kind of subjective, you know?
I know it is, but you get what I mean when I'm talking about conventional attractiveness. Or typically accepted attractiveness. Because I know that my tastes are not the same as everyone else's. Because let's be real here. As much as everyone else says that Daphne's the hot one, I always preferred Velma. She was always cuter to me. So that was always my taste when I was a kid growing up. You know?
I think a lot of people, but I think most people are about 50-50 between the two.
Really? I was always under the impression that Velma was the unattractive one by comparison to Daphne, who is designed to be stereotypically attractive.
That is the supposed joke of the entire scenario.
Either way, I guess we can move on to the next joke.
So first, we'll impale them with as many pointy weapons as we can get. Then we'll gouge out their...
There's movies and TV shows in the library.
Meeting adjourned.
Movies in the library?
What's the big deal?
Movie night. Woo!
Must be bored out of his mind if he's that excited.
I could believe that.
Okay, yeah, there's not much to do around here. Yeah, there really isn't anything interesting to do in this building.
Why didn't you hear about this sooner?
So apparently, some of the books in the library are live. This one, the book is a portable TV set?
Reading is finally interesting! Yay!
Just cause you hate recreational reading doesn't mean it's boring. You both think I'm boring, don't you? Yep. Look, do you want to watch Scooby-Doo or not?
Only Fred and Daphne are interesting this time.
You're in luck. It's a Crystal Cove one.
They actually made them interesting.
I think you guys are missing the point here. Why is a book of all things acting like this?
Let's be honest, when it comes to Scooby-Doo, Fred and Daphne were the two least interesting during the initial runs. It wasn't until, like, I think What's New Scooby-Doo, where Daphne wound up becoming, like, Girl MacGyver, and Fred wound up being the dumb fun one. And then they kind of went from there.
Maybe a little.
Say that again?
Yeah, maybe a little.
It's actually a really good question.
I feel like that's very important, even if we don't know this very second what it means. I like to think on it. I don't know much about TV, so leave it to me.
Like, you can see what I mean when I say that Monica Ward deserved top billing, because not only are they good at the Nomad and Mustache Girl impressions, they talk a lot.
Yeah. They do. And also, a lot of the time it's talking with herself as well. So...
Yeah. Wanna watch Scooby-Doo?
Nah, I think I'll pass. What if I get to the part where Velma breaks the cemetery or where everything explodes? I'm in.
The Nomad knows Mustache Girl so well that's like, what if I get to the part where everything blows up? I love that part, let me in.
Not even. Doesn't even have to even convince them in the slightest.
Yeah. Alright.
Why didn't anyone tell me the library had movies and shows to watch until now?
You asked him if he'd join in for Scooby-Doo.
That's a pretty basic choice.
Conductor looks at the Nomad as if knowing immediately they recommended it.
Anyone else want to say I'm dull as dishwater today?
I think one of the more common complaints of Scooby-Doo is that it's a very basic show, with a very basic premise. I personally like Scooby-Doo growing up, but I can see where they're coming from, since a lot of the episodes are pretty samey overall. Especially in the earliest run with the original show. No comment? Alright.
It's Mystery Incorporated. That's a good one.
It's episodic. It's the same with any other thing. That's what it is.
I remember watching the original Scooby-Doo show, and I feel like a lot of the time it did go in a lot of the same direction to the point that I got stale. But I don't feel like I can say the same about shows like What's New Scooby-Doo or A Pup Named Scooby-Doo, and definitely not Mystery Incorporated, but Mystery Incorporated is more of a black sheep.
Maybe.
I'd have to rewatch the show again, since it has been a while, but the last time I saw it was not particularly long ago by comparison to other things. It would have only been, like, I'd say 3 years ago. Either way.
Alright, what's going on here that everybody's in the same room looking all happy and excited?
I really do like really do like mysteries, don't I? One of my favorite shows growing up was Scooby-Doo. My favorite board game is Clue, and I made 2 different Danganronpa mods.
Yeah, you definitely have a thing. Have a theme.
Yeah.
What? Are you guys plotting something?
No, but you'll ruin it somehow.
Snatcher, we finally have a show to watch. Don't ruin this for me!
The heck are you talking about?
They hand over the book.
What the?
Snatcher's not the one behind this, that's for certain. But if you say he did, then it's fair game to use it, because otherwise why did he make it?
Yeah, They're for my entertainment.
Then why not keep them in the control room he basically lives in?
Because there's almost no room in it.
You don't buy that.
Look, these are my shows and movies, okay? Keep your hands off them.
Then why do you open up the library?
Shut up.
Oh, come on.
There goes that option.
Snatcher ruins everything. What else is new?
And movie night ruined.
Okay. It's time.
Ready?
Yep.
The minion throws the contract into the fire.
Where should I put the body?
Leave it there.
Okay. Wait, I thought dwellers couldn't speak.
Wait. I can...
Must be a timeline.
And now we're in the part we've seen before.
Me?
Alright.
A little.
To the hiding spot.
There was a slight difference in dialogue, since the Nomad was less dismissive with the dialogue this time. About a day later.
I need a shower.
Why did she need a shower with her clothes on?
Saves up on laundry.
They enter the sauna.
Finally, congratulations!
Wait, what?
So, change to the formula here. Since there's almost nobody here anymore, I'm lowering the witness requirements to 1 for the upcoming trials. Okay, so... Actually, screw it. I was gonna give the first person who's not the blackened confirmation on something. But since you both showed up at the same time, I don't need to confirm who's innocent. A body has been discovered in the sauna. Get over here right now. I've got an important update for you all.
You know, something awkward I just noticed is that there's a little bit of Bo Kid and Mustache Girl in the back there, just underneath his arm. Are you seeing that right now? That little green spot?
Yeah, I think I see that.
Yeah, that's not where... As we saw before, Mustache Girl and Bo Kid are supposed to be towards the front. Why are they there to the back?
It's a mirror! It's a mirror! Hush!
It's an error. But it's an error so far in the back that no one is ever going to notice unless I point it out. I'm surprised even I noticed that. Like, I did not notice that how many times I've seen this. Show me the evidence. Do we need to see the evidence?
Probably not.
Yeah, I think we're good. Let's save the time and just get on with
This
it.
is getting interesting, isn't it? Only 4 of you are left now. You already know how this rodeo goes.
Leave the murder mystery to the professionals.
Okay, so where do we start? Well, the motives are probably pointless. The only one that actually worked was in trial 2.
Junko makes this despair crap look easy. Apparently it isn't.
Did someone say despair?
I like how this camera angle, if you look at her shoes, you can just see the awkward cardboard stands before Mustache Girl says.
A cardboard cutout of Junko with a radio taped to it?
A cardboard cutout of Junko with a radio taped to it.
Yeah, I heard it's tradition to just awkwardly shove her into Trial 6, so I'm trying to beat the status quo.
You can do better than that.
This was back when I actually tried to do Danganronpa the way that all the traditions worked. Before I got fed up with it.
I was gonna say, I can see which chapter you made first. Between the two.
Alright, let's just ignore that horrible mistake and get the trial started proper, huh?
Okay, but where to start?
Well, alibis will be hard to come up with if there's no time of death, so that's a good starting point.
The time of death isn't listed. So, how do we figure that out?
That actually might be impossible.
How about the murder weapon?
Well, considering the noose didn't work the first time, I doubt physical trauma is the cause of death.
And there was a bonfire there, so it's likely that some form of exorcism occurred. Unfortunately, the only method you remember involves fancy painting sacrifices.
Oh, yeah. I gotta write that down as a murder option for the Impress and Mafia for later. Thanks for the reminder.
He's an upset spirit given a body, so an exorcism is the most likely option. I don't know the details of any exorcisms, though.
You only know the one that got rid of the fire spirits.
Can't you just sub in whatever old painting you want? Or must it be a sacrifice?
You were definitely given the sacrifice implication, but those spirits were very insistent about burning bright or something, so maybe it could still work with mediocre children's drawings. That's technically art, too.
Okay, gonna have to clear this up. It must include a sacrifice. So no, it's not that specific method of exorcism.
Then what's up with the bonfire?
Look, I'm not researching every possible way spirits can get exorcised in my spare time, okay? I don't know the specifics, I just saw them do it.
So, it's definitely an exorcism.
Yeah, moving on.
Okay, let's try other avenues of discussion. Maybe we'll figure out the time then.
This is it. The beginning of the end. We gotta naturally bring up all of our points over time and put them under pressure slowly. Let's do this. There's almost no evidence, so narrowing it down will be tricky.
Definitely. I'm not sure if any of our normal deduction methods will help, either.
The BDA was useless because the angry Red Loss and Bullchild went in at the exact same time.
Oops.
The class trial rules don't seem useful either. He was Snatcher's minion. He had a lot of restrictions removed from him.
Snatcher file didn't give you any concrete info either.
Everything we consistently relied on is useless in this case.
Hurrah.
Monica's tips.
Hi, this is your Happy Tip for Ryuka.
Whoops, I did not mean to do that.
That's Monica's tip.
Just skipped it all.
Whoops.
Just skipped it all.
Honestly, that was probably funnier than whatever the other option was. And I did it again. Something I'd like to point out is that when you do the Monica tips, the light purple filter that plays during these debates disappears. I don't remember why I did that.
Need help? Okay, let's see. Okay, so the BDA, rules, and file are common information sources in these trials. But none of them seem helpful in lowering the suspect pool. Perhaps you can use them to deduce something else, though? And if you have to brute force it, you realistically only have 3 options. Like, why would you use the BDA to prove the class trial rules have use yet? That's Monica's tip of the debate. Good luck!
Alright, so, let's see.
Definitely. I'm not sure if any of our normal
If I remember correctly, it was the BDA.
The BDA was...
BDA sounds about right.
Okay, maybe not everything we relied on is useless.
What do you mean?
There's something I want to ask. How often do you go into the spa? At least once a day.
Same.
Yep.
Okay. When was the last time anyone saw the minion alive? I think it was when Snatcher ruined movie night.
Yay, thanks, Snatcher. Same.
I didn't see him since then.
So it's safe to assume that the minion died in the spa shortly afterwards. Or the following day.
Well, that doesn't make any sense. The BDA should have gone off sooner if he had died and was found in there by that point. But he wasn't officially discovered until a little bit ago.
That's what's bothering me. Did you guys see the body? It was the ragdoll, right? Yeah.
Yep.
How could you miss it? It's not exactly hidden. Not unless in the middle of the room in plain sight is considered hidden.
Snatcher? What's the deal with that?
The obvious answer is that Snatcher discovered the body last.
Okay, look, steam keeps fogging up the lens, okay? I can't see anything like that.
So there's no cameras in there?
I just listen in.
So you still know who it is?
Of course.
I mean, if he has no cameras, this doesn't really... This feels like a really flimsy argument against the idea that, like... if he still knew who did it, why didn't he have the BDA happen?
Don't you believe me?
When have I ever believed you?
Touche.
Touche.
Like, even when it comes to the horrible excuses I made Snatcher come up with, that's probably one of the worst ones yet.
Yeah.
You know, they didn't really address the question properly, but considering that putting them under stress more and more over time has been the point of your plan, you're assuming this is actually a good sign.
So, there's a possibility Snatcher doesn't know.
Hey, Snatcher? Mind throwing us a bone? We don't really have any good leads.
That's not how trial balance works. There's almost nobody left and lots of rooms. Of course it's going to be harder.
You know, maybe Snatcher killed the minion. I mean, the rest of us can't pull it off, but he could.
Excuse me? I mean, yeah, I could kill him easily, but not with an exorcism. I'm a spirit myself. That'd be like an undead white mage healing itself. It doesn't work quite right.
You want to know the... You want to know the funny thing about that comment?
Back at B is back at A or B, whichever one it is undead.
No. No. The funny thing is, that game that those games I told you about, the Cthulhu Saves the World one and Breath of Death 7, the games, which are both games I want to talk to you about later. I played Breath of Death 7 again. The entire party is undead in Breath of Death 7. You have a skeleton, a ghost, a vampire, and a zombie. Healing spells work perfectly fine on all of them.
That doesn't sound right, but okay.
Well, neither does the ghost historian singing the Pokemon theme song, but that's still a thing. That happened.
Yeah. Fair enough, then.
I am now posting that, because that's actually something I have at the ready. Alright. You can take a look at that a sec.
Talk about the ripoff.
Anyways. So yeah, it's like, I forgot about this line, and now that I remember, it's like, wait, I have an example that proves that wrong. But in most cases, like Final Fantasy, using healing spells actually would cause damage. Actually, in Final Fantasy 9, and in 8 actually, there's a couple of undead bosses where if you use a Phoenix Down on them, or the life spell on them, the boss just dies instantly.
Yeah, sounds about right.
And I'm thinking to myself, that's actually really freaking cool. But also, that completely ruined the boss fight, so now I can't experience it properly. Because now I'm too tempted to just Phoenix Down kill it immediately.
It's the same thing. I don't know about them actually just one-shotting, but they usually set them to like 1 HP. Because you can't really acknowledge the insta-kill.
Yeah. I definitely remember that, you know the Bavel level in Final Fantasy X, where Riku, Titus, and Wakka all have to deal with that underwater dragon fight after...
Yeah, that thing you can just X-potion to kill it.
Yes. I didn't know that the first time, but every subsequent time, I have a habit of killing it with healing items. And it's like, I feel like I shouldn't do this, but at the same time, it's working. And I have no reason not to do it.
I have not been punished for this yet, and thus I shall continue it.
I love abusing Final Fantasy X. I gotta show you High Strength Yuna at some point. I also need to show you how bonkers it is to, have everyone be a thief and just constantly steal Petrify grenades as soon as you're able to get them. Just because those things kill everything. And if you get
told people about that.
Say again?
I have told people about that, the Petrify grenade. The, you know, the strength Yuna thing.
Yeah. You have told other people about that? What was the response?
I've told other people about that.
What was...
Fair enough. I don't think they played much Final Fantasy games, so they didn't really have much to compare it on.
Ah, fair enough. But yeah, next time have you actually done it yourself, or were you just telling other people about me telling you about it?
Oh, I was just telling them about you telling me.
If you ever do play Final Fantasy X again, give it a shot. Her Aeons become scary. And it's amazing.
I look forward to trying it.
Yeah. I think there's 2 different sphere grids. Go with the expert sphere grid, because if you go with the normal sphere grid, she's pretty much locked into the white mage thing, and you can't really direct her anywhere else. That's the fun thing about Final Fantasy X's expert sphere grid. Customization, yay! Alright, either way, I'm going to wind up sidetracking horribly if I keep going, so... If you remember correctly, the Forgotten Children showed minions signing contracts to get their bodies.
On the right track, kid. Here's the thing, though. If I did that, there would be a dweller left behind, so it couldn't be that.
He has a point.
What if it was that other person?
That might actually be true.
So, since we skipped the evidence, there was basically an audio recording of a voice that didn't sound like anyone else here. As we find out later, that was Snatcher doing voice acting to pretend to be someone else in order to trick Snatcher.
Hmm.
The funny... What?
It was Snatcher doing voice acting to pretend to not be...
Did I say that wrong? Conductor and Snatcher have the same syllable count and end with an R sound, so I sometimes screw up and say the wrong thing. And not helping that is that in this mod, they're both voiced by the same person, and are both the biggest jackasses out of everybody.
Okay.
So, let me try that again. Conductor recorded himself doing voice acting, pretending to be someone else, to trick Snatcher into believing that there was an intruder in the building. Did I say it right that time?
Yes.
Okay. So, I'm not sure if I told you this, but the voice that they were supposed to be mimicking was Joker from Persona 5, who is a demon killer. Kind of.
Fair enough. I didn't know that bit.
Also, Joker in Persona 5 and Conductor in Hat in Time are both voiced by Xander Mobus. That's a part of the joke as well.
Huh.
Later down the line, we will get to a gag segment where Conductor actually does the Joker voice, and it winds up being a big Persona reference. So, when we get to that part, I'm going to have to remember to print screen so that way we see all of the stand-ins for the party members so I can explain them all. But for now, let's just continue. Heh, got it where I want him. Is someone else here?
Pretty sure. None of you sound like what I heard. I don't know how they got in, but they're not getting out, I can guarantee that.
Is it a rescue party?
I assure you, you're not getting rescued.
This might explain some of the odd things we saw during the investigation.
Alright. Debate 2 out of 5. Here we go.
There is a lot we don't have answers for. Are you referring to the lack of injuries on the body?
The lack of injuries is likely from the exorcism. I'm more focused on other rooms outside of the spa.
The rooms look very similar to before, though.
Isn't the point, Loss? How would things be different if there was another person here we don't know about?
They could probably add fake evidence, but why would they do that?
Because they're bored.
That's not good enough. There wasn't really any evidence outside the rooms either, so...
Pretty sure it's Bloody Hallway, and that last one. Monica's tips. What you got, girl?
Need help? Okay, let's see. Which debate are you at? This might be a bit tricky since it's meant to bring up a topic they want brought up as part of their plan instead of a deduction to lower the pool of suspects. Though, if you pay close attention to who you're playing as, then rewatch the trial, you might be able to narrow it down.
Basically what the tip is that Conductor is hinting mid-debate as to where he's trying to go with this.
Right.
It's not good enough. Just keep in mind that our finalists planned this out in advance as best they could. Good luck!
Alright, so... Also, are you seeing that little white dot on that blue wall in the back there?
You mean behind the hand?
No, look on the left and look at the blue part of the wall. There's a lighter colored dot there. You see it?
I think so.
There is a lot we don't
So,
have answers for.
something I notice is that whenever that appears, I know exactly what that is.
Is likely from the exorcism.
You see how it's
I'm more
moving?
Focused on other rooms outside of the spa.
Ah, is it one of the little icons someone's put in?
It's Hack Kid herself. It's your player character.
Person here we don't know about.
That's even more
Probably add
hilarious.
fake evidence, but why would they do that? That's not good enough. There wasn't really any evidence outside the rooms either, so...
Alright, let's see what Conductor says because I was focused on something else.
Are you referring to the lack of injuries on the body?
The lack of injuries is likely from the exorcism. I'm more focused on other rooms outside of the spa.
Other rooms outside of the spa, so that would be the hallway.
You're missing the point, Loss. How would things be different if there was another person here we don't know about?
They could probably add fake evidence, but why would they do that? That's not good enough.
Yo, officer, I haven't been drinking.
The hallway on the
Thank you,
fourth
Homer.
floor with the blood. It must have come from somewhere.
It's even funnier if you actually stop and see exactly what all was even in that scene. It goes by really quick, so it's a bit hard to see. Because there's so short a period of time to actually stop and digest it. But Homer is laying there on the floor getting kicked by Officer Marge. There's debris all over the floor. There's liquor bottles all over the floor. The car is halfway through the wall in the back. And he says, "No, officer, I haven't been drinking." Even though it's very clear from the scene, he has definitely been drinking.
What are we gonna do with you, Homer? What are we gonna do?
Apparently kick the crap out of him. Alright, so, moving on.
Hey, yeah! We never figured that out. Wait, how long do you think they were here?
4th floor hallway. Wait.
Snatcher knows something.
Nothing.
You directly asked Snatcher about that bloodstain. It had nothing to do with Trial 5.
It was fake evidence added from a previous trial.
The only other trial it could apply to was Trial 4, and you all know how that went.
Snatcher, for once just tell us.
I plead the 5th.
Okay. So he's responsible for the stains on the 4th floor, and won't say why. If I recall, the tourist in that dumb mafia died shortly after a party ended, and we didn't get all the details like we did with the other trials.
You're saying I did it? Come on! I can't break the rules like that!
You're serious right now?
Name something proving Snatcher broke the rules. Trial 5 is the correct answer. Trial 3 is technically correct, but... Okay, yes, but try something more recent, overt, and might flow better. Nope. Trial 4 they can't prove, even though he kind of did.
You pled the 5th last trial when we asked you why you were in the gym after luring me and the other picnics there.
And that red stained knife, can't forget that.
Okay, I get it. I haven't been as hands-off as I should have been. If I just admit it, will you guys stop bothering me?
Yes. No.
Maybe.
I don't know. Why does that sound like the title theme for a reality television show? Yes, no, maybe, I don't know.
Yes, no, maybe, I don't know.
I know that that was a theme for something. I think it was Malcolm in the Middle.
I wouldn't put it past Malcolm in the Middle.
I never actually watched that show. I just remember the title theme. Okay, so apparently Boss of Me is the name of the title song from Malcolm in the Middle, and the very first lyrics are yes, no, maybe, I don't know. So that is exactly what I was thinking about.
Fair enough, then.
How in heck I remember that? I'd never even watched the show. I don't even remember what channel it was on. I think it was Fox. If that's the case, that's probably why, because I like watching The Simpsons.
That's impressive nonetheless of you.
My memory is weird as all get out. It remembers whatever it wants to. I can't remember what I ate yesterday, but I can somehow remember the Malcolm in the Middle theme song despite never watching the show.
You couldn't have more split opinions there if you tried.
Alright, Split Opinion is actually a Danganronpa minigame. It's the other name for, what was it called again? It was one of the B3 minigames where there's a bunch of people on the left side and the other half on the right. I'm moving a lot and my headphones are on. I don't know if my mic is glitching out or anything because I'm moving so much.
No, I'm hearing you.
Okay. Because I know during these recordings, sometimes the mic sounds really, really, really weirdly quiet out of nowhere. And I think that a part of the reason might be because sometimes I look away from the computer because I don't even know where on my computer the mic is. I'm recording this via laptop, not with a proper mic gaming setup. I'm trying to explain a few other things, but whatever. Either way, I think it was Scrum Debates. I think that's
like you can do anything about this anyway, but yeah, I was responsible for luring the mafia boss to the kitchen for a trap.
You knew something wasn't adding up with that.
Look, the kid is annoying. I wanted her out of my killing game ASAP. So, yeah, I guess I'm partially responsible for the mafia boss and Timmy dying.
Finally, that makes sense now about Trial 3.
Yeah, that was obviously rigged.
Yep.
Did you bring up the non-unanimous votes thing just so you can just kill Hot Kid and leave the rest of us to suffer?
Pretty much, yeah. She died, and we moved on. I had no issues with it.
And what about Trial 5? How did you make me do that?
And is this related to me as well?
I'm so glad you asked. You see, the little girl isn't exactly the smartest with law. Or in general. I show her a contract with promise of a reward. She signs, I get what she signed away. I own your souls and minds.
Come again?
How exactly does she have that kind of authority?
You said that was a very good question, and I agree, but also we're dealing with cartoon characters. I don't think logic applies entirely. No matter how hard I try. No matter how hard I try to come up with logical explanations, we're dealing with cartoon characters. Some things I just can't explain. She signed it for you as well when you both got to subcon, so you had no reason to think it works differently.
Don't sweat the details. Just know that both of you belong to me. And unless you want me to keep you in that trance for the rest of your pathetic lives, you'll figure out who exercised my minion. Got it?
Ugh. Why can't anything be simple? I guess there's not much of a choice to be made.
Oh, I have no choice, do I?
I'm not sure how obvious it is, but he's holding onto his hat in the sprite.
Yeah, no, I think I've always noticed he was holding onto the hat.
Okay. It's dark, so I'm not sure how noticeable it was.
Glad you finally understand.
Wow, he's actually buying this? What a sod. Heh, he doesn't even know the contracts are burnt. Can't wait to see his face when he realizes how bad he screwed himself. Sounds like Snatcher was responsible for most of the casualties here.
Yeah, honestly, I could have done better with this killing game. The only ones I wasn't directly involved in are my minion, the car agent, the bad seller, and maybe Timmy and the mafia boss, depending on how you look at it.
Come again?
What? Did I say something wrong?
It's more like something you didn't say.
Who should Snatcher have just mentioned in the category of not directly involved in killing? The answer is Cooking Cat, who is the last one here, but let's go in order from Hackid to clockwise. Hackid. Snatcher definitely interfered there. He can't stand her. She's not dead, though. Cause already in that category. Snatcher's manipulations on Trial 5 led to his death. Snatcher directly killed him for breaking rules. She's still alive, though.
Yeah.
If you count the B-plot, technically yes, but nobody here knows that. Who should Snatcher have just mentioned in the category of not directly involved in killing? Like, if you count the B-plot, where the owl technically survived and Snatcher actually just killed a robot duplicate, technically yes, but no one here knows that that's the case. Tourist. He was killed by Snatcher for breaking a rule. No bad. Not dead. Minion. He's already put in the not my fault this time category. Already in the not my fault category. Timmy. That was more Timmy's fault for being clumsy. Mafia boss. This guy wasn't dealt a good hand, was he?
No, it wasn't.
Snatcher was definitely responsible for Bruise and Cookie Cat. There were at least a couple of interesting comments in there.
What did you do?
You're gonna have to be more specific than that.
You mentioned not being directly involved with 3 to 5 people dying, despite Cooking Cat's death being an accident. You didn't mention her.
Wow. Wow. Okay. My mind must be all over the place today. Oof. So what? I caused the explosion in the lab that was supposed to kill the owl by purposefully getting too close to the test tubes with the shrubs. You gonna fight me?
I would, if I wasn't under contract right now.
Smart girl.
I can't wait to see the look on his face once he realizes the thing he's banking on is already a dud. Okay, while we're addressing crap that makes no sense, can you ask about the VHS tapes?
The ones from the second trial's motive?
Yeah, you didn't get one.
That's because we don't know anything about you. I came up with the motive, then made my minion use video editing on the computer, so I didn't have to.
Those tapes were fake? They seemed pretty real to me.
Nope. You can thank my minion for that.
Uh-huh.
Well, at least it's better now.
Well, I think I've gloated enough for now. Get back to solving the case.
Okay. Let's discuss?
Snatcher's got all his eggs in one basket right now. His fear of an unknown assailant isn't as high as it could be, but he put his stock in Mustache Girl and Conductor as minions, so you're on the right track.
What should we discuss next? I still want to know how they pulled off the exorcism.
We could try that again, I suppose.
Well, it's probably related to the fire. Otherwise, why is it there? I'm wondering how they got them to the back of the room with no signs of struggle.
The minion could still have been brought there. They could have been trapped in something, like a box, then brought to the spot to be killed.
That'd be way too sketchy looking to work.
You don't know if the minion's sleeps are going to be put to sleep. Not instill fear into him. Gotta think the words through. Monica's tips.
Need help? Okay.
Thank you, Monica.
Which tip? Once again, this is more about screwing Snatcher over rather than solving a mystery. This makes it hard to give hints without giving it away.
Yeah, this trial is less about just solving the mystery and more so, what can we say to put Snatcher on edge?
Yeah.
What can they bring up that might help them? I'm sorry. That's the best I have without just saying it. Sorry I couldn't help much, but don't worry. I believe in you.
What should we discuss next?
Actually, you think you might know what happened to the Dweller. If their soul wound up in one of those special paintings, and then the painting was burned, what happened?
I don't know why he'd leave his body again, but if that were to happen, as you said, the body would be a brown, limp rag doll, and the Dweller would be destroyed.
Are there more of those painting frames around?
There shouldn't be.
Snatcher seems tense. Is it possible that Snatcher can become trapped within one of those paintings under the wrong circumstances?
Of course not. I'm too powerful for a tiny little frame like those anyway.
I think I told you before that in old builds, there was a Conductor painting, and Conductor is a boss fight, last I checked.
Yeah.
So I feel like there is logic here that can work in my favor for what I'm doing. Jackpot, that is a weakness. Sweet! Oh, I can't wait to start that bonfire. I wonder if I'll get to hear him scream or not. Making progress. So this means that someone got the minion into a frame and burned them without Snatcher knowing about it. Snatcher's shivering slightly.
You okay there?
Yes, stop asking.
I think we should focus on the trial.
So, question. The Subconite's body wasn't really damaged. So does that mean there's a chance they went there willingly?
Not necessarily. Minions don't exactly get damaged with the provided bodies.
As far as I'm aware, there are no enemy minions. As such, every time you hit them with the umbrella, it just bounces off them, like any other talkable NPC.
Yeah, I think that sounds right.
Not only that, but minions are a part of one of Snatcher's attacks during the boss fight, and they aren't a thing that you can hit. So, you get what I mean.
Yeah.
So that won't help us.
The body was in the middle of the room, though, so whoever did it was either lazy or was trying to say something.
He's got a point. I don't think they were trying to hide the fact they did something.
You think it's a warning?
Must be. What else could it be? Okay, we should probably discuss the origin of this mystery assailant, so we might have an idea as to who we're dealing with. Snatcher, anything that might help us?
I don't know. I never saw them on camera. All I did was hear their voice the past couple days.
Hey, question. If we know who the culprit is, and it's the mystery assailant, then why are we still here?
Because knowledge is power, and I'm not getting back attacked by an exorcist, especially if they're a pro. If you can figure something out, I'm all for it.
You're relying on us to bail you out?
It's that or die.
Okay then, if we have no choice. So, we need to figure out what we can about this mysterious assailant. I never heard them, so... I'm pretty sure nobody heard it, besides Snatcher.
If that's the case, then would that mean that they're not really a threat to you? You mean that the Taria is solely Snatcher?
Kid, shut up. If I go down, you come with me.
Isn't there anything? Maybe some background information, like where they came from.
We're almost there. Just a bit more. Okay, let's see what I can do. Alright, Monica, what you got?
Need help? Okay, it should be pretty obvious that the finalists are trying to put Snatcher in a bad state of mind. After all, if you're really scared and really confused, you're probably not going to be very effective at anything. So, what can they bring up that can scare or confuse him further? Alright, good luck!
Basically the same advice as before.
Yeah.
So, we need to figure out what we can about this mysterious assailant. I never heard them, so... I'm pretty sure nobody heard it, besides Snatcher. What's that mean?
Kid, shut up. If I go down, you come with me.
Isn't there anything?
This trial's fun, just because of the fact of how they work
All right,
together
everyone,
to
the
take
calling
down
card has
Snatcher,
been
you know?
set. All that's left is to steal the treasure.
I'm sorry, but I didn't catch what you said.
Well, it's either you or
I said
nothing.
this trial's
so-
fun, just because of how everyone works together to actually take
Not so
down
fast,
Snatcher.
pancakes.
Yeah.
You thought you could just get away with betraying us, huh?
Hooray for cooperation.
Well played, pancakes. Well played. Ugh, the peck was that about?
Meh.
Wait. I think I might know.
Alright, so now that we saw that, I'm assuming you haven't actually played Persona 5, have you?
Nope.
Okay, didn't think so. I know you played Persona 3, but I don't know if you played any of the other ones. By the way, Persona 2, really good. Alright, so... in Persona 5, your various party members are... well, first of all, the party member that betrays you is the one associated with pancakes. That's why the pancakes had a gun. That was the joke about that one. But your it makes sense in context. Are you okay with spoilers?
Anytime.
Fair enough.
I'm not...
Same with me. So, in Persona 5, Akechi, the detective who's been looking into the Phantom Thieves, is one of the party members that you get during the Casino Palace. And when you get to that one, he winds up betraying the group and tries to kill Joker, the main character. The dead giveaway that he was going to betray everyone later was the fact that he brought up pancakes, which was something Morgana brought up. The thing is, Morgana is a cat that most people who haven't been exposed to mementos can't hear actual words from. All they hear is cat noises from them. So, when Akechi brings up that someone mentioned pancakes, it's a tell for everyone else in the conversation that Akechi heard something he wasn't supposed to, and he's hiding it. He's a Persona user that can go into mementos, and he's hiding it. Which tipped everyone else off that there's something not quite right with him. So once the casino chapter happens, everyone knows that there's something wrong with this picture. So that's the joke about pancakes. Now, everyone else. As I said before, Joker and Conductor share a voice actor, so that's that joke. Morgana is the cat I brought up earlier, and is like... okay, the way that they work is that, in the context of this plot, in order for you to travel around mementos easily, you're able to use Morgana and the weird cognitive baloney crap that happens with Persona 5. You know how in Persona 3, the Tower of Tartarus was like some sort of weird cognition about everyone's depression or whatever?
I think so.
Similar story with Mementos, where it's everyone's perception of reality, and partially because of a reference to one of the Hayao Miyazaki things I don't know about, Morgana the cat is able to turn into a vehicle. I don't know what movie it is, but I feel like I remember that somewhere. Either way, Morgana is represented here in this picture of the party members with the cat that drags the trains because it is a transportation vehicle cat. So that's that one.
Okay.
The party member you get after that is Ryuji. His codename is Skull. That's why there's a skull at the bottom left of the picture. The party member you get after that is An Takamaki, and An Takamaki looks like Junko Enoshima. Just looking at her, you'll see what I mean. I will post a picture really quick. I'm not getting very great pictures right now. Something is not cooperating. Whatever, this'll do. So, just looking at this picture with the blonde pigtails and teenage girl body, you can tell she kind of looks like Junko, yeah?
Yeah, I can see that.
So that's the joke there. And that's why we have the 3D model of Junko used it for her place. The party member you get after that is Fox, so the Firefox spirit thing is used to represent that. The party member you get after that is Makoto, who is voiced by Komaru Naegi. So her persona is actually a freaking motorcycle. So that's why we have Komaru on a scooter. That's what that represents. The party member the party member you get after that, have you gotten far enough in Persona 3 to get Fuka?
Probably not. Which one was Fuka?
She's your navigator. She doesn't operate as a standard party member. She gives you buffs and analyses during the fight.
Maybe I did?
Either way, Coco is in place of Futaba Sakura from Persona 5, since Futaba is the tech geek of the group. Which leaves us with the last one, which I didn't have a good substitute for Haru, so here's the Marge Cactus.
Fair enough.
Alright, and with
It's a
that...
lot of references you make, and it's a lot of references you make at once, isn't it?
A lot that I make at once, and in such a short time that you don't even get a chance to properly digest it. Not unless you stop and pause a video and actually take a look. You know?
Hmm.
And it stinks because a lot of the time for joke segments like that, you gotta keep up the pace. Because otherwise, the joke doesn't work anymore because you lost the momentum. Like, for jokes like if I were to try and make a joke about, you remember when I showed you that clip of someone on a snowboard wiping out, and then you have the little blip at the bottom right, the Steam achievement, Granny is disappointed you, and it's just a picture of Granny Puckett?
Yeah, I think I remember that.
You can't really stop the video for that. You kind of just have to keep going. You know? Otherwise the joke doesn't work. Or it doesn't have the pace that you need. I'm not saying it right. I'm not using the best example, but I think you get what I mean.
Yeah.
What is it? The books in the library.
What about them?
Well, Snatcher, can you tell us what exactly the situation with this place is?
We're under attack by an...
No, not that. Where are we?
Oh, we're in a collapsing time rift. You guys weren't exactly leaving, even if you won the trials.
Why must you be this way?
Because I have a Freudian excuse.
Your crazy ex-girlfriend is not good enough of an excuse.
Yes, it is. Shut it.
I mean, Vanessa is nuts, but still.
Okay, save the despairing for later. Conductor, what was the point to the question?
Well, some of the books are from time rifts, right?
You can confirm this.
So why are some of the books actually seasons of television episodes and other broadcasts? Logically speaking, it must be similar to the time rift stories. They're related to the nature of where we are.
What are you getting at?
We're inside the world of TV itself. Or a time rift of TV itself. Or both.
That makes too much sense.
I didn't think about that, but it definitely makes sense. I don't watch much TV, so I wouldn't know.
Is really not missing much.
So could our mystery assailant just be a prelude to an invasion of TV show characters coming to reclaim their territory?
What did I get myself into?
I don't know much about TV. What should I expect?
Anything and everything. TV covers a lot.
And who knows what would happen if they tried to delete us?
We're in their territory, in a world that can be altered how they want it. Just look at how many times this courtroom changed since we started the first trial.
Very true.
Snatcher's shaking pretty bad right now.
Even Snatcher's scared. We don't stand a chance, do we? Snatcher, we need to leave. Now.
We can't. There's no exit.
There's gotta be an exit somewhere.
Don't you think I didn't already try? There aren't any other timepieces here besides yours and the other kids. And I'm not experienced enough with them to teleport out of here like either of you can. And even if I could, the time rift engulfs the planet. There's elements from each region here, so...
Well, we better think fast before something happens. We better think fast. We might die if we don't.
Well, we're armed, right? We could try taking them head on.
That's too risky. We don't know what we're up against, or when they'll get here, or where they'll be.
I don't hear them yet, so we still have time.
Maybe we could be nice, and then they won't hurt us?
You expect that to fail.
Any better ideas?
Are you playing dead?
Unless you can make your body explode into pink and not be dead, I don't see how that'll work.
The pink blood thing will never get old.
Yeah, no, it won't.
Wonder
No,
how-
it won't.
I wonder how I'm gonna bring that up with the next project.
Need help? Okay, looks like the grand finale is here. It's debate 5 after all. Snatcher is really losing it right now, especially since he thinks someone wants to kill him. You see where this is going? Then I'll leave it to you. See you next mod, and thanks for hanging out with me.
Alright, let's see what she says if we pick the other option.
Okay, so, maybe recheck the evidence alongside your finalists, because, you know how some people have surprisingly good range? Here's a bit of trivia. Did you know that Xander Mobus voices both Joker from Persona 5 and Conductor? Isn't that cool? Both characters sound totally different. One sounds like an angry old Scottish guy, and the other sounds like a Japanese game protagonist teen vigilante. Well, if that wasn't a dead giveaway, I don't know what is. And that trivia probably fell under everyone knows that by this point, too. Oh well, that's my typical
Well,
debate. And I'll
honestly,
see
I
you
highly
next
doubt that went into everyone knows that.
For me, it's always a case of whenever I wind up telling someone about something, I assume they already know most anything I want to say to them. Like, to me, I think everyone knows that Debbie Derryberry is the voice of Jimmy Neutron, and thus would be able to know that they're also the voice of Coco Bandicoot and Monkey Pink. Because I know it, I assume everyone else knows it.
It's one of those things not everyone goes out their way to look it up, so...
I think it's a case of, for me specifically, the problem is that people react to what I say negatively all the time. So when I try bringing up something and they already know it, then they're just dismissive as if it's obvious. And then if I tell them something they don't know about, then it winds up being a case of me being a know-nothing know-it-all. It's one of those things that just sucks ass to deal with, you know?
We better think fast. We might die if we don't.
Well, we're armed, right? We could try taking them head on.
Like, it's little wonder as to why I wound up so messed up.
Or when they'll get here, or where they'll be.
I don't hear them yet.
Did any of you hear something?
Like, with how people are so inconsistent about everything, it's little wonder as to why I have such a screwed up idea of how the world works. You know?
Sometimes it just works out that way.
Yep.
Not everyone can be reliable.
Yeah.
You need proper punishment.
They're above us!
This fight will be your death. Stick to the plan.
What?
Get in formation.
How many are we dealing with? Where'd he go?
I didn't see.
You? What? Get off me! What? You're not!
Bye-bye. Hello.
It burns! Wait! No!
I'd say we made that seem pretty convincing, didn't we?
For as jank as the attempt was, that was still probably the best I could have done at the time.
I think it looked pretty decent. There's only so much you can do in the Hat in Time editor, and I think that looked pretty good.
Well, there's probably more that can be done, it's just a pain in the ass is the main issue. Because, like, in the Hat in Time game itself, like, the Yakuza cutscenes turned out pretty swimmingly, but for someone like me who didn't have much experience with Blender at the time, this would have been so hard to make perfect. You know?
Yeah. Well, as I say, I think you made it work really well.
Yeah.
I was really worried there, but hey, we did it!
And if the first plan failed, we still have the backup pepper spray.
Alright, you picnics. We got Snatcher stuck inside the painting. What should we do with him now?
eBay.
Whatever you do, don't sell him on eBay.
Selling Snatcher on eBay.
Oh, good God.
I mean, that does sound like something Mustache Girl probably would do. Mustache Girl is so amoral for someone who is so about justice. Like, she has such a warped idea of justice.
Yeah.
But to be...
It works. It makes for the character.
She's... Mustache Girl is just so entertaining when we actually get to see her do stuff. Which is why I will always say it's a shame that the game doesn't do anything with her. Anyways.
But that'd be like pouring salt in the wound.
There's a problem with that idea, though.
The fact that it's technically trafficking?
It is technically trafficking if you think about it. It's like selling someone to someone else. Yeah, that's technically trafficking.
Yeah.
No! Well, actually, yes, that too. But that's not the big one.
Then isn't that if someone does something stupid, he might escape the painting?
Yes, that!
Oh, I wanted pocket money.
Okay, first of all, if you're gonna sell a fancy painting, at least try to make a profit out of it. Second, everything else is horribly wrong with this!
You know the funny thing about this cutscene? I made custom animations here as well, and they're for Conductor and the Nomad. Like, once Mustache Girl brought up eBay, you could see the Nomad just shake their head in disapproval, and now their arms are crossed staring at Mustache Girl.
Yeah.
And Conductor has a very annoyed expression, or as much of an expression as he can have, considering all I can really move are his ears and his mouth. And Hat. It's interesting how you can convey emotion and personification through something that doesn't have eyes.
It is, actually. And there's so many just small ways you can do it.
I remember that in at least old school Ratchet & Clank, Ratchet's ears would droop the lower his health was.
Yeah, it did. There's a lot of games that do that for characters on 1 HP. Ironically, it does the same with Hat in Time.
Yeah, like, in Hat in Time, the lower your health is, Hat Kid starts to, like, breathe heavily and just, like, they look winded. Yeah.
Yeah.
We can throw him outside into the time-rip void.
I guess him being lost in time-space and ripped to shreds by its unfathomable raw power works as an alternative to the eBay option.
Stop trying to sell Snatcher on eBay. It's not like she has easy access to a computer back home to try anyway, assuming the search actually gives more than 0 results this time.
Good point. And selling that jar at the black market didn't work well either.
Stop selling dead people for spare change.
Hey, that's their overall net worth. I can't sell worthless scum for more money than... You're missing the moral here.
So long, jerkwad.
Goodbye, Snatcher.
Yay!
So, the killing game is over.
Yep.
So, I guess the only options are to wait for Hot Loss to rescue us, or see if we can find a way out.
Well, we only got 1 timepiece right now. If we use the same logic as before when I got the kid out of here, we could get all of us out of here if we had 5 timepieces.
I don't think you, the Nomad, or Conductor, know how to use them effectively, though.
You'll stay here with everyone for the time being to see if you can get them out now that you're attached to them a bit.
Can we maybe relax a bit before we do? I want to just process that we actually did it. We actually did it.
Movie night sound good?
Whoa!
Let's head to the library. Let's watch something light on the drama and craziness. I think we've had too much of that lately.
I think I could try that woo a bit better. Hold on. Woo! How was that?
I mean, you cut out halfway through because your mic. I don't think your mic's powerful enough to pick it up, but it did. But we could feel the proper woo behind it.
Yay! The way that I have to do loud is to cover my ears and let loose, because if I try doing it without covering my ears, I hurt my own ears, and then my voice automatically tones itself down.
Fair enough, then.
That's how I do louder parts of the voice acting like that I have to do. Like when I made the Ryuka yes noises thing, and I had to yell really, really, really freaking loud, I had to cover my ears.
No duh.
We can watch Toon Dates.
That's a
Also,
1 minute video.
yes, finally for the payoff of the Marge jokes.
That's actually what I was talking about. Since the payoff for the Mars jokes was the Ryuka yes noises.
It's just the fact you said the Ryuka yes noises instead of the Coco yes noises.
I mean, that was the only time that yes noises happened from someone other than Coco.
True, very yes.
And it's a bit of... appropriate is not the right word. It's not appropriate because it's yes noises, but considering it's Ryuka that did it, well... Moving on.
Yes, that's hilarious.
Alright, you wanna see Toon Dates?
Well, the date didn't really get off to a great start.
I loved you in that mermaid movie.
I actually get that a lot, so it wasn't that big of a deal.
Well, she was good in it.
So he takes me to a restaurant, a fast food restaurant.
And something for the lady? I had coupons!
Right, Ed had coupons, so, I mean, there is that.
Oh yeah, I love Double D. Double D is the best.
His constant talking about Double D made me a little uncomfortable. How am I supposed to compete with that?
Well, Daphne, this is the end of the date.
He tried to kiss me, I guess, but a girl's gotta draw the line at a blue tongue. I mean, I was willing to meet him halfway with the monobrow, but you really should get that look.
I'm just so amused. Say that again?
Well, I was about to say, can we talk about the fact of the age difference?
Like, how... I think Daphne is a teenager, and Ed is an adolescent. It's not too big of a gap, I don't think.
Are they?
Well, Daphne in that outfit, that was from when she was a part of, like, the Mystery Machine crew. She didn't become an adult reporter person until, like, Zombie Island, and she wore a very different outfit at that point. So I think Daphne in that incarnation that they went for was a teenager.
Ed and Eddie are all implied to be 12 years old.
How old is Daphne in the original Scooby-Doo? I would assume 16.
Yes, 16. Okay. A little strange, little weird, but okay. I guess not as bad, man.
It's not as bad. I still would raise an eyebrow if it was in real life, but we're dealing with cartoon characters, and it was clearly meant for comedy, and also Daphne got mauled by a door, so it wound up being funny in the end. It's still funny that Daphne got the door slammed into her entire body at a Nettie style. Anyways.
When you cross over the cartoons, the logic has to apply to both.
Yay. Wait, that doesn't apply to what I'm about to do with with the next project after CTB, though. I think I said outright that the characters from the different universes are going to have the different rules apply to them, and not each other's. Like, Helga and Entrance and Conductor are all cartoon characters that start with, like, 5,000 to 7,000 HP. Graph has 80. Graph and Elise have 80 and 100.
Toon power!
Cartoon power versus realistic character civilian power. Until they get a few levels and get through some plot a bit more. Either way.
Wait, if Conductor has like 7,000 HP, or I'll say 5,000, can't he only take like 12 hits from Hat Kid? So doesn't that mean Hat Kid's damage is at least triple digits?
Let's see. Conductor is 30 hits total. So that would be... And I think his HP...
Is that regular or Death Wish?
In regular, it's 30. In Death Wish, the health bar is shared between him and Grooves. And that was also 30. So, depending on how you handle the fight, yes or no. Because in Death Wish, if you hit Grooves and Conductor an equal amount of times, they're both weaker than they should be, in terms of how much damage they can take.
Yeah. So
Hat
Kid does approximately 200 damage per whack.
What? 8,000 divided by 30.
Was it 8,000?
I don't remember the exact number of HP I gave Conductor, but I think it was 8,000. Because he is the tankiest of the three of them. I definitely remember that.
So it's closer to more like 250, 275 between.
Somewhere around there, I'd say. That would be enough to knock down... at least half of the cast. Because half the cast of Innocent Sin, the next project, are civilians that don't have much combat experience. The only characters that probably would take it would be, aside from the cartoon characters, would probably be Rex, maybe Red Prince, and Filbo.
Sorry, say that again?
Rex, maybe Red Prince, and Filbo.
For what?
For how much damage, who could survive a hit from Hack Kid based on the numbers that we were talking about. The ones that could survive at least one whack would be, aside from the cartoon characters, Not Rex, Red Prince, and Filbo. Because everyone else has very low health bars. At least until they gain a few levels.
Realistic characters versus cartoon characters. Poor bastards.
Yep, and the characters that fall in the weird in-between.
At least it's not as bad as Bugs Bunny.
Yeah.
And the fact he's like a 15th level illusionist with alter reality.
Yep. I still remember the Duck Amuck episode where the artist is just torturing Daffy the whole time by drawing him by drawing and erasing whatever they want partway through him doing whatever it is he's doing. Like, Daffy could be skiing, and then suddenly the artist erases the skis, and they crash into a tree.
Oh, I was talking more about the D&D version of them. Because D&D properly statted Bugs Bunny and other cartoon characters.
Well, I'm just adding to that, considering that Bugs Bunny was said artist, so he basically altered reality just to piss off Daffy.
Makes sense. Good old Bugs.
I still remember in Looney Tunes Back in Action, when they need to get to Paris, they're stuck in the middle of an American desert. And it's like, well, how are we supposed to get to Paris from here? All Bugs does is go to the bottom left of the screen and transition wipe them over to Paris in the time span of less than a second.
That would be such a brilliant superpower. The only thing caveat to it is that you would need to acknowledge the fact you are constantly on TV. But in exchange, you have the ability to do transition effects, to basically just grab the bottom and sweep it across to teleport. Would the power of teleportation be worth being permanently on screen?
Well, Bugs Bunny is already naked all the time, so he doesn't have much to hide.
Fair.
Alright, anyways. Let's move on. It's already 12:15 over there, and there's stuff I want to talk to you about after we get through this.
Fair.
Why is Daphne from Scooby-Doo dating Ed from Ed, Ed, and Eddie again?
Shut up, it's funny.
I don't know.
Alright, next day they go over their escape options.
After going through the owl's notes, I think I found out what the TV set might have been for.
Oh, that reminds me. Actually, you were already talking.
Okay, so, me and the owl compared notes on the two different trains, and apparently the only noticeable difference we could discern was the exterior design. Both use the same technology to make the rooms work properly. The layout is the same, etc.
What's that mean?
It means that he was making a teleporter out of here, and the TV set in the sauna was it.
I see. And he never finished it?
I don't think he did. But we might be able to fix it up enough to get one of us out at a time.
One at a time? Why not all at once?
I'm not sure if I'd be able to perfect it so that it doesn't overheat upon one use.
I see, but it's possible.
Conductor isn't a science owl, though.
Give me some credit in the Department of Smarts, lassie. Have you tried operating the train while shooting an action movie?
How hard can it be?
I'm not even going to dignify that with an answer.
Must be harder than it looks.
There is a lot of weird technology in the Owl Express. During the murder mystery movie that you record, there's like a lot of weird technology just kind of hanging around the place. There's even one that has a biological diagram of Hat Kid at the end. Right?
I can't remember that. I'll take your word for it.
I'll have to look that up, but I'm pretty sure I'm right.
I'm not a scientist, but if we can get in the owl's room, we might be able to find his notes on it and get it to work.
Before we do that, we should head to Snatch's old office upstairs. There's something there.
Must be important.
Right here.
A giant TV set?
You think this is an exit?
I think it's like the TV teleporter Conductor mentioned.
Call me skeptical, but I'm not going through it if I don't understand it.
It could be dangerous, or lead somewhere further from home. Let's take our time with it.
You attempted to press the giant button.
Don't touch that. You don't know what it'll do.
Good point. Yeah, we don't want to go back to the Junko Apocalypse. Let's not do that.
Shiny button.
Press the big shiny thing. No, don't do it. Anyways.
It's too different from what I'm used to, but maybe... nope, I thought I could learn something from it, but it doesn't look like I can.
How about these cameras? Maybe we can do some tech-related thing to, connect the cameras and speakers to the outside world?
That I might be able to pull off. Wait, what if I...
Nerfo speakers.
Hopefully that works.
What'd you do?
I'm calling the express. Come on, pick up. Oh, wait, that's the office phone.
Hello, this is the Science Express. Chief of Tech R&D speaking.
Dr. Hoot?
Red?
If I remember correctly, Dr. Hoot is actually one of the Science Owl's proper names in one of the very, very old versions. I don't remember, though. It's been a long-ass time.
Yeah.
And I think
he's referred to him as that in the mod.
And if I remember correctly, I think Dr. Hoot is supposed to be like a Doctor Who reference. But I don't know anything about Doctor Who to confirm that.
I mean, it's just the words of Hoot versus Who.
Yeah. Personally, I prefer my stupid name, but we'll get there in a sec.
Wait, hold on! You died not too long ago in the auditorium!
Is that the owl we know on the line?
Wait, did he get the teleporter working?
That name is a worse pun than the Hoover one. Personally, I prefer Hoover. Anyways.
One moment. Quiet, you picnics! I'm on the phone!
Grumpy old man and a half.
Conductor's gonna be fun to write.
What happened, Hoot?
Wait, if Snatcher catches you...
Snatcher's not a problem anymore.
Oh. Well, I was hoping to have a moment like, the cavalry has arrived thanks to me, but I guess you didn't need it.
We're stuck in a time rift that's likely a TV as well.
I know, we came to that conclusion too from our end. The killing game we were in was broadcast all over. Also, the ratings are pretty favorable overall, but that's besides the point.
Me bringing up the fact that the ratings for my own mod are actually quite, decent.
I don't know if I should feel flattered that I'm a part of something that people like, or appalled that everyone enjoys our suffering.
How do people who see themselves on those montage videos of getting hit in the crotch with skateboards feel whenever they see that? Like, if that were me, I'd feel embarrassed.
No. I suppose it kind of half depends if it's, like, you did it on purpose, or if it was an accident, or whether you can just laugh at yourself at for feeling the moment, you know?
That's showbiz for you, I think.
Can you use this phone connection to hone in on our location, then get your fancy teleporter working to get us the heck out of here?
You wanna know if Hackid's
I
okay?
want to know if the Mafia boss stayed dead this time.
Hackid's okay. No damage or alterations occurred.
Alterations?
Long story short, the world's been royally screwed up since the killing game started. Some people that died came back different from before.
Please don't tell me that the Mafia boss got his old body back, because that sounds like the luck I'd have.
About that... Any other specific people from the game?
Cooking cat?
They're fine. No changes.
That's good to hear.
What happened to DJ Picnic, dare I ask?
He's, young now.
Define young.
Your grandkids age young.
How did that happen?
So, some of the regions were getting fixed up in the meantime.
Moving on.
How long until you...
If you guys...
Any of you?
No.
Nope.
Not really.
Well, you can operate the stuff in Hackid's spaceship, so you might be able to help out with the TV porter.
I'll go see if I can find the owl's blueprints.
You got blueprints in your room?
They should be under the bed.
Check under the bed.
Okay, it should work. Go in one at a time, just to be safe, though. This isn't a normal or controlled circumstance like usual.
Alright. Who's gonna be the guinea pig?
Why do you have to say it like that?
I'll do it if nobody else is comfortable with it.
No, I'll go.
The Dweller immediately floats into the teleporter, which I should have shown in the same way as them going into the other TV from the Grooves route, but whatever.
It worked. Is it still functional from your end?
Yes. Alright, I'm going in.
And they all get through. Yay.
And let's turn that off. So, you 5 are the only ones that made it? I guess the penguin died too.
You can kind of tell from the sprite here that this sprite was not updated alongside everyone else's, because compare the flat colors of this to the grit of this.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see the difference.
Can't say I have. He's probably on the moon somewhere. It's nice to finally be back in my train. Well, sort of. It's not the Owl Express, so I guess it's not my train, huh? It's partially your train, but it's also partially Greg's and Walter's, too. Are they here? Well, yeah, it's their train. This is gonna be an awkward talk.
Should we, see ourselves out? Or...
Actually, can I ask you five something? We're going to Subcon tomorrow to take on Moonjumper.
No, lots of no.
Okay, good. So it's not just me. How about the rest of you? I'd rather relax now that I'm home.
I have crime lords to kill, but evil is evil. I'm in.
You see that statue in the back, by the way?
Yeah.
That's the shapeshifter that Vanessa froze in that cheat code segment.
Ah.
All I have is kindness and support. And pepper spray. I don't think I'm the type for direct combat.
Okay then, we'll need to readjust the plan a bit.
They're back, and just in time, the Subcon raid starts tomorrow. Heartfelt reunion time, and smug dance.
Yeah, smug dance.
Did I miss something?
Oh yeah, you didn't start dancing like this until a bit after Bokid showed up. So are all four of them joining the fight?
Actually, I would like to ask if you could drop me off at the Skyline, so I can go home.
And I'm not going back to Subcon. No way.
Looks like it's just the Rebel Squad again. Sorry, it's been a long game. Also, I'm not that good at fighting anyway. You said a raid of Subcon starts tomorrow, right? Might want to rest up a bit before then.
Not a bad idea.
Kinda wish I could make up the attack plan, but oh well, I can improvise my own strategy.
You recommend having her figure out the plan's details first.
I wanna go home, if that's okay.
So, I heard about you guys from the Owl.
We heard about you from them too. You're,
I'm not the same red you know, basically. Which is making this awkward.
Are you gonna stay and help care for the train?
Well, that depends. Is this the only train, or is the All Express still around?
I don't know, but I'd assume no. I doubt there'll be two different versions of the same train around.
Then, I guess I'll have to get used to this.
It's funny. I wanted to see you again after you went missing, and now you're right in front of me and I can't think of what to say.
That's nerves for you.
Oh.
Am I still allowed to shoot movies in here?
Not if it disrupts our train schedule.
That's a big no then.
Well, can't you just use your
Conductor, why do you have to blow off everything? Between Conductor and Mustache Girl, there's enough explosives for everyone. We don't need a Metal Gear unit, we just need these two idiots.
Cartoon logic of explosives.
Yay.
I guess. We're heading for Subcon soon. We might have an option to unfreeze the others.
I see. I know I should be feeling something, but...
We'll leave you for a bit to process this.
Don't vandalize anything while we're gone.
I don't plan on it. This is gonna take a lot of getting used to.
Don't worry, I have another series for you to be tortured in.
Poor Conductor.
Alright, anyways. 8 days after Trial 5. So, this cutscene is slightly different because now Bokid and Mustache Girl are now in it. You can see them on the ship somewhere. Bokid's there on the bottom left, Mustache Girl is on the top right.
Alright.
Ah, crap. I wanted to fail. Damn it, now we can't see Marge kicking Coco for no reason.
And now we have to wait for the entire sequence too.
And now for what could hypothetically happen if Mustache Girl went to Paris.
Mademoiselle, what would you like to order?
I'll get you, Cooper! Ah! Cooper! I'll have what she's having.
So, Did you recognize who that was that just flew across the screen, by the way? Because you
Carmelita, obviously. I heard the voice.
You didn't notice it the first time when you recorded it. So that was the second time I made this joke of Mustache Girl and Carmelita being in the same room as each other, and no one noticed. I think a part of it was the fact that because you were stuck with motion blur on almost all the time because of the annoying hat and time setting stuff, that you probably didn't notice it was Carmelita because of the motion blur. Also, because Carmelita's voice changes every single game, you might not have known that was her.
Does it change every single game?
Yes. Her voice changes every single game. She has 4 different actresses.
I did not realize that. Huh.
Either way.
This is right.
Alright, so. Now, the only reason I'm gonna have to pick watching is because there's a gag segmented here that will wind up skipping if I don't do this. So, let's skip to the gag segment.
Alright, gang. Let's split up and search for clues. Bucket, you, Mustache Girl, and Conductor search the haunted mansion. Me and the Subconite will search the van. Any questions?
Can I be not Daphne? My feet hurt from these heels.
Alright, gang, let's split up and search for clues. The Nomad and the Minion can go make out in the van while the rest of you do all the work. because that's who wound up being Fred and Daphne. Alright, we can skip the rest.
Oh, yeah.
I was gonna say, is there even anything else that's just different?
Not
Other
really.
than maybe some of the support conversations?
I think there's a couple of support conversations, but I need to remember which ones are actually interesting to talk about. Let's see. Nomad and the Minion.
It's nice to be home.
Can't someone make a better way to travel?
The skyline's not so bad.
Bugs keep smacking my mask and getting guts on it.
You get used to it.
The desert sand gets everywhere.
I'm not so used to that either. But I'll adapt. Eventually.
This place could use something. It's missing some compactness. There's a lot of empty space.
I think the reason that I think one of the reasons that the Alps would have been changed was because of it being a big empty desert where you're expected to drive around in a dune buggy. There's just a whole lot of nothing in it, and that probably would have been considered boring by the developers. If I were to take a guess as to why the desert chapter was changed to the Alps, that's my best guess.
Can understand that.
The vast desert sands definitely give it that feeling, but the Alps don't have that issue.
Yeah, that's fair. Can we buy a TV?
Technology is nice and all, but isn't the simplicity and endurance of the old-fashioned way that builds characters so much better?
Now.
Well, there aren't a lot of electronic stores around here, so you'll have to make do with the books we've got.
Yeah, but all the ones we took from the TV world vanished.
I remember when you played this yourself, and the Nomad asked that question, you flat out said no, and then immediately after you clicked, the Minion said no as well, and you started laughing.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Then read it normally, with words. I know it sounds boring, but you can try it at least once.
Honestly, I find that reading books is less interesting than writing my own. I think a lot of stories that people make just don't appeal to me. Because a lot of them wind up just being boring whenever I try reading them.
It can be like that. You just need to find the right ones.
Yeah. I think a part of the problem is that a lot of the stuff that winds up being popular or trendy or whatever just winds up being stuff that I just don't like in the first place. Which is a bit sad. But what can you do? If I can't find a book that has my taste preferences, I'll just make my own, I guess.
I did try.
Sometimes that's all you can do.
Sucked.
I think most of the plot lines I actually like tend to come from video games. So, there's that.
Okay, let's find one in a genre you love so that reading won't be so terrible this time. Because there's not much to do here besides that.
If I get a TV, though, would you be mad?
Not really, but I don't know how you get it powered up.
Why is this village so lacking in technology? Isn't there anything interesting here?
Besides the cat crime?
Besides that, yeah.
The realm of the Twilight Bell is pretty interesting. If you want to go sightseeing there.
Alright then, let's go there then.
And they get C support.
Yay!
Brain moment. Damn it.
I can't. No.
Oh.
No.
It's fun.
Rover.
Oh, man. That's a pump.
I swear to God that was not on purpose. Okay. End. There we go. Okay, let's finally move on.
After Hat Kid went on a massive galactic adventure with a bunch of random strangers and returned to the planet she lost her space fuel on, she decided to find...
Now, half of these are different.
At least for a while. Even
I say, I can't wait to hear what the different ones are.
The penguin from the trials did return, but not in any remarkable way. Just like all the other penguins, he helped take care of the now rewritten Grooves.
Good on him.
Grooves' legion of penguin followers quickly took him under their care. It takes a village to raise a child. He can't really have a rivalry with Conductor in this situation, so the two don't really have a strong connection to one another anymore.
Cooking Cat went on a gourmand spree for a vacation before continuing the next episode of her show. The dishes she came up with from this experience led to her landing a movie deal with Conductor. She played the role of an expert survivalist in the Western Deserts, the role of the sidekick. Vanessa, half affected by the influence of the mysterious book's entity, never fully returned to her old self. She never fully recovered from the breakup either.
So there were two segments to this level that were supposed to happen in the B plot, and we only wound up with the Coco killing people part. There was supposed to be a Fatal Frame based one because of the association of Fatal Frame being a series about girls getting involved in these rituals that screw up the immediate area, kind of like how Subcom wound up happening with Queen Vanessa. So I was going to go with something like that as a segment, and there was supposed to be a JRPG-style battle against Moonjumper as the final segment. Those last two didn't happen because I got bitched at the worst possible moment and lost all motivation to continue with the project. This is why Trial 6 is both a good and bad thing. You know what I mean when I say that? The main plot I'm proud of, the B plot I'm not proud of.
Yeah, I know that feeling. It's like that whenever I did my Christmas songs, it was always a case of some I was really proud of, and then others were just like filler.
Yeah. Some games in the song that you went over, I'm guessing, felt like filler.
Not the game so much as it was the actual song itself. Like some of the songs I definitely put a lot more effort into than others, I feel.
Makes sense.
Moonjumper. Moonjumper left Subcon for the moon to explore its mysterious, luminous world.
It's interesting how you make Christmas songs around Christmas time, despite the fact that you work in retail, and thus have to deal with Christmas songs all the time.
There's a reason my YouTube thing just seems to have slowed to a stop. I'm hoping I can get it back up again soon.
No, I meant you work retail. Retail plays Christmas music as early as August. How does that not drive you nuts? And make you not want to do Christmas songs?
Yep.
It's never done it as early as August.
It's 1,000 subs.
Well, you get my meaning.
You need more subs than that.
Maybe November, but it's never that early.
We're popular!
Okay, let's move on. We've got to finish the epilogue.
Maybe it's a difference between America and Britain.
Went on their way through more Hat and Time mods, becoming more integrated as Zone.
Mustache Girl and Bow Kid managed to trap Empress in a painting with no intention of her getting out. This was step 1 of the Metro finally becoming a safer place, and is one of the few times Mustache Girl's vigilante extremism wasn't frowned upon. Though her selling Empress for several million pawns kinda was frowned upon, until the pawns were used to fix up the city of Calcite and Adventure.
So Mustache Girl did wind up selling it, getting involved in trafficking. And the person she trafficked was the Empress.
Falling out the window into a nearby pool.
It feels more. It feels ironic as well.
Super eventful happened, but they're okay with that.
Like the person that gets trafficked is the leader of the Yakuza.
The Yakuza cats all had to figure out who was next to lead in the hierarchy. Unfortunately for them, but good for the Metro, they never reached the same level of power without Empress's guidance. In relief, Red came back to the train. To their dismay, he continued attempting to film movies on it, meaning the train was in constant peril. It took a lot of arguing for Red to finally stop blowing up the train cabins for action scenes. Walter and Greg were the only reason any of the owls ever get to work on time. The fish dude joined the sandworm in selling radical shirts and stuff. The hot, dry desert climate wasn't good for fish dude, though, so they cooperated long distance.
Mustache Girl's crime-ruining plans were much more effective now, though the crime never fully went away. No matter how many Mafia she killed, they kept respawning. She's persistent, though, so that never stopped her. Fortunately, her threatening their home turf cut the number of Mafia in town by a lot. Though she was briefly out of Mafia Town for a movie deal in Dried in Daylight, as a cactus. She was prickly and scary enough to pull it off. The Nomad lived a mostly quiet life, but after the plan to get rid of Snatcher worked so flawlessly, they became the Alps' only cop. But they weren't the sole cop for long. The Lazy Paw Gang's criminal activity diminished afterwards. He wound up in Dried in Daylight, because the Alps became the perfect place to record Western movies. He played the sheriff that died and came back as a ghost.
Bo-Kid stayed on the planet a while before joining his Hat Kids Player 2. She successfully pulled off a sabotage of the Yakuza alongside Mustache Girl, and the two bonded a lot because of it. Also, the movie deal of Dried in Daylight. That too. She played the role of the town delinquent. She has the experience for the part, so it worked.
Red needed a long hiatus after the Killing Game ended to get his bearings straight and get the brothers situation sorted out. After a long time off, he went back to making movies again. He proceeded to make a horror movie about wild Westerners getting killed by a demon cactus that drains the water out of the victims' bodies. The concept was strange, but the execution, especially on Mustache Girl's part, proved it successful.
Minion. The Minion, now a dweller, lived with the Nomad and helped organize the other dwellers in the Alps to be part of the police force. Nothing gets past them now. It's not like anyone can do anything about them anyway. You'd think this would make life more exciting, but the Alps wasn't exactly conflict central to begin with. It was just a birch to navigate. He wound up in Dried in Daylight as the ghost of the sheriff.
Snatcher went missing for a noticeably long time before returning, more frightful than ever. Subcon was never the same.
Someone actually asked me one time if Dried in Daylight was going to be a future mod that I was going to make. The answer was no, but that was still an interesting question to be asked.
It's an interesting question. It would have been funny to see it. Although I don't think it'd be anything like we used to hear, so.
Yeah. and if I do bring up the Dried in Daylight thing in the next project as to where Conductor got the inspiration from, that's going to be interesting for me to try and think of where he got the inspiration for that from. And I'm hoping to make it so that it's not an idea he gets just because I am not allowed to talk about the cult I accidentally made involving the cactus. We'll see how that pans out. Because a lot of the time with my writing, I write with the flow.
What are we gonna do with you, Rookie? What are we gonna do with you?
Not sure. I guess we'll have to wait and see what happens with Innocent Sin, I guess.
Oh, I'm looking forward to it.
Yay. Right, so that was Trigger Hatty Havoc. It was nice going down memory lane. Sort of. The only part about the final trial and just Trigger Hatty Havoc in general that winds up being a bitter pill I have to swallow with it is Trial 6's B-plot and how it wound up turning out not what I wanted, simply because of frustration and exhaustion. As much as I shouldn't blame that one voice actor that made me mad, to be honest, what they said was really rude and very discouraging. And it's hard for me to say that it wasn't that I don't want to blame them, because in some way I kind of do.
And
you know?
It's in the past now. Whether you blame them or not is irrelevant. All you can do is put your eyes to the future and learn from the experience and see and use that new knowledge to work towards what you're working on next.
Yeah. Well, anything else that we want to talk about before I hit the end stream button? Or the end recording?
I mean, I had a lot of fun going through this mod again with you.
Yay!
It was nice going through Trigger Hatty Havoc again.
Yeah.
I look forward to seeing what ends up in Innocent Sin, both as Rex, who I'm playing as, and Red, who I'm playing as. Was there another one I was playing as, or is it just those two?
Diablo as well.
Ah, yes, Diablo, of course, because the man has to return, because he's the main villain after all, isn't he?
Maybe it's either him or it's gonna be me again. We'll have to wait and see. I'm hoping it's not gonna be me, because that's gonna be very, very awkward. Because me being the main villain didn't work out very well at CTB.
We'll see how Rookie takes the script.
And now that I don't have to worry about fitting any criteria for CTB anymore, because I can do whatever the heck I want now. With CTB, there was a 1 character per franchise limit, which I'm still going to be doing that with Innocent Sin. I don't want to pick favorites, but I'm going to be picking at least 1 favorite. That's going to be guaranteed at this point. But, crap, where was I going with this?
All I know is it's a mystery sort of game where no one gets killed. So I look forward to seeing what the mystery ends up being, how people learn and develop, as well as seeing what fucking jokes you turn into plot points, you goddamn sadist.
Okay, I don't know if it's gonna wind up being a mystery story this time. The intention is for it to be an adventure at the very least, but I'm not sure about mystery. If there is a mystery... I love the fact that you're calling me a sadist because my jokes keep turning into plot points.
It is a brilliant method of writing, and it's one of the things I love about your writing. The fact you turn comedy into genuine plot points. Like, not even like sub-plot points that are just there, I guess. No, they're primary plot points. You turn these jokes and gags into primary plot points. And it's just so funny because they're like side jokes, cutaway things that you don't think anything of. But then you realize, wait, the joke is canon. Wait, the joke is relevant. Wait, it was a goddamn joke. Why is it relevant?
Yeah, like that one time when Octavian and everyone else were going over their totem visions, and then we get to Octavian's and it's like Marge kicking people. It's like, wait, what do you mean that was relevant? What do you mean March was in the plot? What do you
mean she was actually in the plot and not just this random cutaway gag that just happened every 5 times a chapter?
I don't know how. I don't know how that happened the way that it did, where Marge wound up being a plot point. Marge jokes was a plot point, and no one figured it out until it was too late and Marge became God.
The fact you write it in such a way that you write focusing on these gags and then just figure out the plot later by referencing the gags is just... I don't know what to call it.
I don't know either, and I would like an answer to that as well, if I'm being quite honest.
It is both ridiculous and brilliant, somehow.
Yay! I'm weaponizing my insanity.
Yes, that is definitely what you're doing.
Actually, I think I already know one of the jokes that's in the prologue. I'm not sure if you saw the prologue yet. Did you see the verbal approach yet?
I think I briefly looked at it, but not really too much.
Oh, right. I don't think some of the other characters showed up in that anyway. Never mind. That's not actually as relevant as I thought it was. So, on day 2, we get introduced to... Actually, wait a minute. Brain not work good. Brain need reminder.
Brain overrated.
Okay, yeah. Okay, I remember that now. It was in that video, I just didn't remember it. So... Actually, a joke that I know I'm going to make is the fact that Elise eats poison mushrooms and that she's probably going to be immune to poison. I'm definitely weaponizing that later. I don't know when I'm going to introduce that joke, and I don't know when I'm going to weaponize it, but I know I'm doing that at some point. That one is a certainty.
We've heard one of the joke plot points. We can't wait to see what the rest are going to be.
Let's see. Alright, anyways, I think that was a good enough example anyway. Alright, I'm gonna hit the stop recording button. Alright, any outro, or are we just hitting the stop recording button?
We should do an outro. You should always finish a video with an outro if you're doing a video properly.
I just feel like since this is the end of the series, an outro would be a decent idea.
Exactly.
Well, everyone, this has been quite a ride, and I guess we will see you guys next time.
Whenever that might be. Probably when he finally releases Innocent Sin.
I mean, I don't think it'll be that long until we post another video. We still have to play through Mass Effect 1 at some point, right?
Oh, we do. We did start there. I can look forward to seeing more of that.
Yeah.
It's the main game I've never played again. Although, figuring out who we're going to play as, because Rookie here doesn't like being the boring old shepherd.
I mean, didn't I already show you a picture of what model I was using just to make sure that it got your okay beforehand?
I think you did?
Yeah, it was a Turian model. It was the Garrus one.
Yeah.
Fortunately...
Oh yeah, that was my condition. If we're using one of the aliens, aka Garrus, we can't have them in the party.
Yeah, and I'm fine with that since I was planning on Rex and Liara anyway.
Yeah.
Well, everyone, this has been your host, Ryuka.
And your co-host, the great, magnificent the Parafox Archangel. I must remember it's a title, not a name. The Parafox Archangel.
And we are going to say Farewell to everyone, as we now hit the stop recording button. Until next time.
See you around, one and all.